7th of March 2025. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
National Insurance Contributions and Secondary Class 1 Contributions Bill Committee.
No.
Order. Order. Get that right one day.
National Insurance Contributions, Secondary Class 1 Contributions Bill.
Can I remind members that in committee, members should address the chair as should not address the chair as deputy speaker. Please use our names when addressing the chair. Madam Chair, Chair, and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We begin with Amendment 1 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments, clauses stand part, and new clauses on the selection paper. I assume I'm calling Pippa Heylings to move Amendment 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking in support of Amendment 1, NC2 and NC3, tabled by Daisy Cooper, MP. These hikes in the employers' national insurance contributions are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They will have real and damaging consequences, and they will strike at the heart of small and medium-sized businesses, the very backbone of our economy. In my constituency in South Cambridgeshire, we have one of the highest densities of small and medium enterprises, principally in the biotech and life sciences sector, which is one of the growth sectors, for our economy. So it's absolutely critical that we get this right. And I've heard from them that they're very, very troubled about this. But more worryingly, Madam Chair, the consequences will extend to our social and healthcare sectors already under immense strain. GP surgeries and care homes across the UK, essential frontline services, essential to supporting the NHS, essential to ensuring the mission that this government has said from moving from treatment to prevention, from hospital to community, are at risk of being severely impacted. How can we expect to tackle the backlog in terms of routine operations? And how can we deal with what is now upcoming with the winter waiting lists at A&E with so much pain and anguish if the very primary care providers who form the foundation of our healthcare system are being undermined by this tax increase? The Lib Dems... I will.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member and the Chair for allowing me to speak very briefly. The Honourable Member references primary care. I have heard from 5 different GP surgeries in my constituency writing to me to warn that the national insurance increase will directly undermine patient care at a time when GP practices are already under severe financial strain due to years of neglect. Does she agree that the government's process of addressing national insurance costs via GP contract negotiations that could go on until spring is just too slow, as practices are making staffing decisions right now?
Thank you, and I do agree with my honourable friend's intervention there. This is absolutely critical, and I will come on to the situation with our GPs. The Lib Dems continue to highlight the importance that to fix the NHS we have to fix the social care crisis, and freeing up hospital beds requires fixing the social care sector. According to research, 60% of the UK's care home beds are operated by private companies, on the brink of bankruptcy, being tipped over the edge thanks to these changes and rises in the employers' national insurance contributions. So we just don't understand how this can align with the Chancellor's and the Health Secretary's plans to alleviate pressure on hospitals and ensure effective healthcare delivery. I will give way.
She's hit the nail on the head here, isn't it? Because the Labour government have come in saying they want to deal with this, and they've protected effectively secondary care. The problem is the NI applies to the GPs at the front end and then the care homes at the back end, which means the people who are going to hold the responsibility here are going to be the hospitals, the very acute places we need to keep clear to try and help that backlog move through. And without getting an answer now, we risk having this next 3 months, 4 months of recruitment decisions being held, cutbacks being made, which is going to cripple the NHS on top of the difficulties of an already hard winter. Does she agree?
Yes, I do agree with the Honourable Member, and I'd like to make one specific example from Cambridgeshire, which is the Arthur Rank Hospice, which serves all of Cambridgeshire. And I went and had a tour there and looked at the work that's been done by the dedicated professionals there. And I was informed by senior leadership that these hikes in the national insurance contributions for employers would be the equivalent of £230,000 for payroll costs, additional to the fundraising that they already have to do. This is money they do not have. And we know during the assisted dying, assisted suicide, terminally ill debate how critical palliative care and end-of-life care is. And this is one of those hospices that will be struggling severely to deal with these charges. Also, in terms of what the honourable members have mentioned about the GP crisis, according to the BMA, since 2015, 1,387 GP practices have closed, and the NHS has lost the equivalent of 1,333 full-time, fully qualified GPs. So each GP is responsible for an average of 2,294 patients. And approximately 3 million people have already been directly affected in the last decade by shrinking GP numbers. So at a time when we desperately need more GPs, we're introducing a tax that risks driving even more practices out of business. And it's not just me saying this. I'm sure as honourable members from across all of the House, we've heard from GPs in our constituencies. In my constituency of South Cambridgeshire, that's Harston, Comberton, Queen Ediths, Everston and Melbourne. And I've been speaking to one in particular, Dr. G of Harston Surgery, who's told me that his practice with 7,600 patients faces a £20,000 bill from April just to maintain its current services, just to stand still.
On that point,
I thank the Honourable Lady. She's making a tremendously informed speech and demonstrating a level of understanding of primary and the care sector that we could only dream of from this government opposite. Is it her concern that many of the charities and voluntary sector organisations and GP surgeries are already operating at the very thinnest margins of financial sustainability, and this will torpedo the very organisations that protect their communities from absolute chaos? Secondary care can't do it alone. It's upheld by primary care in the care sector. Is she as concerned as many other honourable members are that this is going to cause absolute chaos?
yeah.
Thank you. I agree with the honourable member because I know that the government is in conversation with the GPs. But they are writing to us saying that they are seriously concerned. So the GP in Harston at the surgery has said, to put it simply, the GPs cannot, like others, raise prices or operate at a loss. And they have not had the clarification or confirmation from the government how the funding that is given to others within the public sector will be available for GPs, just as they're coming up to now their annual spending reviews and budgeting. They're bringing an uncertainty to them at a critical time, and they don't feel that they're getting the right messaging or any kind of clarity that will save people's jobs. I'll give way.
And I thank the member for giving way because she has been generous with her time. But will she also realise, and I suppose the House realise, that this just isn't an indication of a problem in England, Scotland and Wales, a significant problem in Northern Ireland, where we've already seen a high number of GP practices actually returning their contracts. And at this point in time, where the solution was meant to be to move to multidisciplinary teams, the increase in national insurance contribution for them as employers is putting that additional stress on their contracts, the amount of money that they're actually receiving from central government, but also the fact that in Northern Ireland 75% of our domiciliary care and home care providers are provided by private suppliers, and that is additional cost that's going to be added to them as well.
I do agree with the honourable member, and in fact in my constituency of South Cambridgeshire we had the tragic situation of 4 much loved, much respected family doctors handing back their contracts. It has happened at East Barnwell Surgery to the distress of both those GPs and of all of their patients. This is happening because of the contract, and that is actually due to also failures with the previous Conservative government to enable those GPs to understand what it means within the GP formula, the funding formula, what it means to understand deprivation as well as age demographics in that contract. On top of this now, the hikes in the National Insurance employers' contributions is just driven them over the edge.
What will the Honourable Lady give way?
I will give way one more time.
We had this great debate on assisted dying, and every single person who spoke said it was absolutely essential that we improve palliative care. Now, I just wonder whether we could form a consensus in this House. There's one compromise that the government could make, and that is to take hospices out of this tax. It would be so popular, achieve so much, and ensure that our elderly and frail people were properly looked after. So that's one compromise I give to the government.
I'd like to thank my honourable member. As I mentioned, Arthur Rank Hospice, which is in my constituency, which is one of those that should definitely have that compromise. But I think it's not only that. We have to look at all that primary care sector, both the GPs and the independent care homes, because this is what's going to winter-proof our NHS as well. So we can't fix the NHS without fixing social care too. So, Madam Chair, these national insurance increases are not just unwise, they're unthinkable. We're in a time of healthcare crisis. People are already struggling to secure appointments. And despite the government's assurances, these tax rises will inevitably affect ordinary people. They will particularly hurt those desperately trying to access their local GP and crucial appointments. We cannot and will not fix the NHS by driving its primary care providers into the ground. I urge the government to engage with our GPs and to reconsider and provide immediate reassurance to GP practices, hospices and care homes that will protect them from these changes. Without these frontline services, the NHS stands no chance of coming off life support. Thank you.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just rise to speak about the need for this bill and the continued assault by the party opposite on public trust and the public finances. I go out into my constituency, I speak with people who were appreciative of the absolute, I think, bin fire was the term that one of my constituents used to describe the situation facing Treasury colleagues when we assumed office. Money from projects and half-baked plans that were more used to launder the party opposite's reputation than they were to improve our public services. When you come into office and you find out that the job that's been advertised is not as has been advertised and that the person in post previously has set fire to the office, you have to do things differently. You have to begin to rebuild trust with the people that you serve. You have to have honest conversations with the public, which is what this government is determined to do. And they can shunter as much as they like, but they know that they gambled with public trust. They undermined every aspect of themselves and the institutions of the British state, which is not just a failure on their part, it is a failure on the part of everyone in their party, everyone who knocked on doors, and ultimately they were judged by the British public very harshly for that. But this bill is necessary in order to repair the public finances. It's necessary in order to rebuild public trust. We know that we didn't want to do this. We had to maintain our manifesto promises to not see a pay rise for to not see a tax rise for working people. But we have to ensure that the country that we hand on is in a significantly better state than the country that we inherited. That is the task of this government. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the member giving way, and I'm enjoying his exposition of where his thinking comes on this. But going to the point, particularly we're talking about the NICS contributions, can he set out how this works? Because for the front line, for the likes of GPs and care homes, they are private, but they are only commissioned by the NHS. So therefore, is he aware where the funding is coming from? Is it coming from the 22 0.6 billion, which would make sense, but if so, the government needs to clarify where it's going, because part of the problem is it doesn't add up to say you want to support the NHS, yet tax the very people, the doctors, the hospices and the care homes, to fund it. Could he elaborate on how that would work?
Good question,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure if you'd taken intervention during that. Ultimately, we need to support the NHS, we need to support our care homes, support our GPs. It's very rich of the party opposite to lecture us on supporting GPs and care homes. I've been out speaking to GPs in rural communities who've been consistently undermined by their failure to appreciate the challenges facing the modern countryside. I've been out speaking to care homes. Indeed, I was speaking to the Charlotte Straker care home, who looked after my grandmother, and who have raised concerns with me. I've had those meetings, I've had those concerns, as is my duty as a constituency MP. But ultimately, perhaps if more of their colleagues had done the diligent thing as constituency MPs, they'd have more colleagues there on their side of the House. I will, happily.
He's very kind to give way. Twice in the last couple of minutes, he's used the word ultimately. And ultimately we have to do this, and ultimately we have to do that. It's actually you need to do. You actually have to make sure that the funding, not ultimately can wait for another day, actually is what's going to happen. As soon as this legislation comes to pass, you'll be in the absolute quagmire.
I will not be in the quagmire. Joe Morris.
Should hope not.
I thank him for his guidance on the correct form of words to use. The reason I'm using the term ultimately is the fundamental goal of government to improve the lives of our constituents. That is why I'm choosing to use the form of words I'm using. That is why I am focused on the eventual outcome for my constituents. As I said, we did not want to inherit the country we inherited. We did not want to inherit the circumstances we inherited. That is the fault of the party opposite. That is the fault of their record, their inheritance. But we do need to bear in mind the context. And it is context that shapes everything. It is context that shapes how we go about. He's saying he wants to intervene.
For him for giving way further to my honourable friend's question. We hear his critique of the previous government. What we're trying to understand is how does imposing these costs on GPs at one end of the service, hospices on the other, remotely help the NHS and, more importantly, the people who rely upon it? That's what we'd like him to explain, not just slag us off, however much he might enjoy doing so.
I've never turned down an opportunity to slag the opposite party off, and I'm always happy to do so. The ultimate reason that this budget was necessary was to put the extra money to invest into the NHS, to invest into it. And when I look at the extra infrastructure spending, the extra infrastructure investment that is being brought about, that will support our rural communities, it will support our rural GPs, it will support our care homes in order to... I've already given way a number of times. I will give way in a moment. That is the fundamental point of this budget, is a reset budget, a reset moment to properly support our public sector once more, which the party opposite failed to do, as he well knows. Now, ultimately, we do need to restore faith in our NHS, faith in our small businesses that were so badly let down. And I know that I've spoken to many across my constituency who do share my optimism about this government and who are convinced of the need for that investment. And you can shunter all you like, but it is true. But ultimately, those businesses know that you need to invest in the state in order to drive up standards, in order to drive up confidence and provide the stability that the country so desperately needs. If she still wishes to intervene, I'm happy to give one.
He's very generous, and I thank him for that. He mentions public trust, and we all understand how important it is to return and restore public trust, but particularly when we are talking about hospices and the charitable sector. How can that restore public trust if the very things that need to be there to support the public and restore that public trust are being hit by the measures of this government?
Thank her for intervention. As she well knows, when one inherits a difficult context, one has to take decisions that you didn't want to take. The public understand that this rise in NICs was important and was needed because of the circumstances that we inherited in order to repair the black hole that we found in the public finances. Spending the national overdraft 3 times, not telling anyone about it, is fundamentally undermining the public trust. I believe that my friend wanted to...
Will my honourable friend give way? Thank you. Listening to the proposers of these amendments has caused me to reflect on the challenges and the very heart of the debate that we're having today on these amendments. Does my honourable friend agree with me that these amendments, which are trying to unpick a holistic package, a holistic approach to fixing the foundations of our public finances, actually entirely misses the point of, firstly, the challenge that this government faces in terms of re-establishing confidence in public finances and the approach that we're taking to long-term investment in public services that are so desperately needed. All of these amendments, I believe, no.
The Honourable Lady has every opportunity to contribute to this debate if she so wishes. Amendments are getting longer and longer and must not be. Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my friend for her intervention. I think she said quite eloquently the points that I've been trying to make when I've tripped over my words. I'm extremely proud that the government is committed to achieving economic stability, being frank with the public about the choices that we face, and not simply taking the easy options. We need to implement these tough measures in order to resolve the disastrous economic mismanagement of the previous government, to restore our foundations. I'm going to finish by saying that traditionally, as far as I'm aware, it is poor form for the arsonist to criticise the action of the fire brigade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Gareth Davies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on behalf of the official opposition to Amendments 13 to 18 and New Clause 1, which stand in my name. But first, I think it is important, I'm afraid, to just remember the context of the situation that we find ourselves in today. Throughout the election, the Chancellor and the Prime Minister promised the British people they would not raise taxes on working people. Right. They committed specifically to not raising national insurance. But here we are, committee stage, debating a national insurance tax on working people worth some £25 billion. Each and every single member opposite made specific promises to their electorates on national insurance, to their constituents, a promise they have now broken. We have it here in black and white. Clause 1 raises the rate of secondary class national insurance from 13.8% to 15%. And to compound the impact, Clause 2 drastically cuts the secondary threshold from £9,100 to £5,000. This two-pronged attack on business means that while Clause 1 squeezes more from businesses, Clause 2 simultaneously pushes more businesses into the taxman's grasp. Taken together, based on the data from HMRC, a staggering 940,000 employers are set to lose out in net terms from this bill. The OBR has made it clear that each one will be hit by an average of £26,000 in additional tax. At second reading, we heard the same old script from the party opposite and the members on the backbenches. Time and time again, we hear that this bill will only hurt the largest businesses, but this is not correct. I will in a second. Most high street hair salons wouldn't say that they are a big business with mounds of profits to give away to the Exchequer, no matter how much hair mousse this Prime Minister buys from them. A village family butcher surely wouldn't regard themselves as profiteering fat cats, and community pharmacies providing vital services to residents young and old surely can't be put in the same category as a large multinational pharmaceuticals company, and yet they are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The honourable gentleman's making a very eloquent argument against increasing the employer's part of national insurance contributions, and yet the honourable gentleman himself voted for the health and social care levy, which was an increase of greater proportion on both employees and employers. I've just checked his Hansard. He made none of the arguments he now progresses today when his side was putting that through. So can I ask him why his mind has been changed now he's in opposition?
I find it really difficult, Madam Chair, that on the one hand, the Labour Party say that we are irresponsible with public finances, and yet when we faced a once-in-a-century pandemic and spent £500 billion to support residents and businesses and families in Stoke and across the country, we decided we needed to pay that money back. We decided we didn't want to keep debt rising. And so, yes, we made difficult decisions in the face of a global pandemic. There is no global pandemic today, Madam Chair. This is a political choice, and that is the difference that we find ourselves in today. And I'll give way.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And you've been very kind at giving me again so quickly. Sorry, the honourable gentleman has been very kind. Thank you. So, the point was made about the billions of pounds which were spent during the pandemic. Can the honourable gentleman outline how much of that went to Tory party mates and donors through dodgy contracts?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I know he wasn't here for this, but actually those of us who were in Parliament faced an incredibly challenging time in very difficult circumstances, and billions of pounds went to support businesses in his constituency. And I think if he has a conversation with the average business who benefited from the furlough scheme, he will correct the record on that. But let me move on. The problem that we have here, Madam Chair, is that fundamentally, socialists just don't understand or care what it means to have an idea, to take a risk, to work hard day in, day out, to make their business a reality. That's the problem. They think it's all so easy that profits just flow in, and it's all going to be all right. The government can step in and take as much tax as they want. It's not the case. Talk to the average business in your constituency, and you will find this out. Set up a business, and you will see for yourself. But perhaps most worrying of all, not only do they not understand the private sector, they have completely overlooked the different ways in which the public sector provides for our communities, just as my honourable friend was setting out. Whether healthcare, childcare, or the charity sector, organisation after organisation have warned ministers that this tax rise will impact the services that they provide. Now, this may not have been intended, but the government still has yet to act. That's why we've had to table Amendments 13, 14 and 15, and Amendments 16, 17 and 18, which seek to protect certain key sectors from both parts of this tax in both Great Britain and Northern Ireland, respectively.
The Minister has hit the nail on the head, and the Treasury really need to answer the question. Did they knowingly implement these tax rises on these industries, which is a travesty in itself, or did they do it by mistake because they don't understand these issues? And if that's the case, will they look to rectify it to make sure that the hospices, GPs and childcare are protected?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I couldn't have put it better myself, actually. I think these amendments highlight, actually, that Labour's attempt to paint this tax rise as a necessity for public services is nothing but plain politics. They'd always intended to do this, and now they're hiding behind public services to be able to justify it. We know that those on the front line of healthcare working alongside the NHS will be deeply impacted. The Institute of General Practice Management estimates the tax bill of each GP surgery will increase by £20,000 a year, likely resulting in a reduced number of appointments. In the adult social care sector, the Nuffield Trust say that care providers will face a £940 million increase, dwarfing the social care support announced at the budget. Community Pharmacy England say that community pharmacies will be hit by an additional £50 million each year, inevitably causing pharmacies to close and services to deteriorate. And Hospice UK warns that £30 million will be added to the bill for 200 hospices across the country, and it will lead to greater pressure on NHS palliative services.
My honourable friend is a fellow Lincolnshire MP. He knows that we have St Barnabas Hospice in Lincoln, which is a greatly loved local institution where most people, if they have to spend their final days anywhere, want to go there. We have the Lincolnshire Air Ambulance. Yep. We have GPs all over our huge county struggling. Can he explain to me how it is in the public interest to attack these people?
Well, my right honourable friend, the Father of the House, my colleague from Lincolnshire, puts it perfectly. Why on earth, if you stand up and say you support public services and that public services are apparently being trashed, why then go and tax them? Why then add to their cost base, which they have said very clearly will reduce services in each of their constituencies, and they're all going to walk through the lobbies tonight and add to the cost burden of those services. It doesn't make sense. And I will in a second. And charities have also signalled the alarm, by the way. Over 7,000 charities wrote to the Chancellor warning of the £1.4 billion hit that they're going to face just next year.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Would he agree with me that the colleagues opposite on the back benches need to speak to their ministers because, as my honourable friend suggested, they cannot have meant to do this deliberately. So whether they accept our amendments today or via some of the funds, the 22 or 25 billion, whatever it is, into the NHS, across to this, because the NHS depends on social care and other services, and at the moment they risk taking something which could be a triumph for them and turning it into a disaster both for the NHS and, more importantly, for patients and those most in need.
And again, makes a very valid point. I actually, and as I said already in this speech, I'm not sure this was intended. I don't think they understand what this is going to do to our communities, to these sectors that I've outlined, and to the businesses that I will come on to speak about in a minute. But the Minister will have to address his point. What are they going to do about this impact? What are they going to do to mitigate the damage of this bill to those communities, to those organisations that I've highlighted? One I haven't highlighted yet is also the childcare sector, without which millions of parents across this country could not go to work without, including, by the way, many in this House. But this bill will contribute £47,000 in additional costs, on average, per nursery next year, according to the National Day Nurseries Association. The previous government did so much to extend childcare to more families, boosting workforce participation and economic growth, but this tax hike will now pull us back from that progress. This is not what people voted for. There is no mandate for this harm. I would urge the government to think again. Now, of course, ideally all employers would be made exempt. That's why we, on this side, voted against this bill. At this time of year, people should be reflecting on another year gone by all too soon and looking to the new year with hope, ambition and optimism. But so many employers are now going to enter 2025 with fear. Many will be thinking again about that planned expansion or new investment in new equipment or premises. Worse, some will be thinking about who they need to let go, never mind awarding the pay rises in the spring that they once hoped to give.
Very grateful to the Minister giving way. And he made, well, I know he's an astute man, and he's picked up on something that I more fear, is that the S&P Global Purchasing Managers Index has said this has been the third consecutive month of job losses. And December's been the greatest since 2021 in the pandemic. And they go on to quote, barring the pandemic, the survey has not seen job losses on this scale since the global financial crisis in 2009. That is a direct impact of the choice of the budget and this NIC increase. Does he agree with me? This is something that really needs to be thought about by the government.
I completely agree again with my honourable friend, who again has made a very astute intervention, because it marries very clearly with what we've seen in business confidence. He mentioned the record since the pandemic. Business confidence has tanked to low levels that we've not seen since the economy had to be shut down during the pandemic. And actually, if he looks at the CBI survey, that made for start reading too. 62% of businesses said that they're going to reduce recruitment. 48% said they'll be reducing existing staff levels. All because this bill, before us today, is going to impact them in ways that they never imagined, in ways that they were never told about. Whether businesses just freeze or cut, or as the Chartered Institute for Taxation have warned, they shift employees to a self-employed basis, or they, even worse, offshore workers to overseas destinations. The potential impact on employment should absolutely worry us all. That's why we've tabled New Clause 1, which would require the Chancellor to publish an assessment on the impact of this tax rise of the employment rate within a year of the passage of this Act. It's not controversial, it just seeks clarification and assessment.
very grateful to my honourable friend. I do think this impact assessment is extremely important, not least because at a macro level, given that the UK is essentially a services-based economy in which the human capital is the most expensive, effectively fixed cost, there is no way to escape this tax. And unlike corporation tax, which is levied on profits, this tax is levied whether you're making a profit or not. So businesses which have been marginal but struggling may well be forced into a loss and therefore may choose to close down. It has to be essential, doesn't it, that we look backwards if this tax goes ahead and say what has been the impact on us from a services point of view.
That was a classic case of how you do an intervention, Madam Chair, because that added to the debate. I hadn't mentioned that, and he's absolutely right about that point. The impact on employers who will pay this, whether they're profitable or not, is absolutely right, and something, again, I don't think the government have fully appreciated. But we also know that the hit to employment is not the only consequence of this bill. That's why New Clause 1 focuses on other factors in the economy, such as real wages, inflation, and real household disposable income. The OBR have made clear that by 2027, 76% of this tax will be passed on to working people through lower wages and higher prices. They also estimate that inflation, having gone through all that pain to get it down to target 2%, will be higher, and it's already on the way up. And because this policy is fundamentally regressive, it will hit the worst off the most. Madam Chair, this surely wasn't intended. And so let me say and conclude that I will repeat what I said earlier. This is not what people voted for. There is no mandate for this harm. I would urge the government to think again, and they can start by backing our amendments to at least mitigate some of the impact of this damaging bill.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I stand very much proud to welcome this budget that takes long-term fiscal planning seriously and welcome a government that will take us away from the course that the previous government had steered, away from austerity, that will take us away from the chaos and confusion of the past few budgets. But firstly, I want to make a brief point about tax simplification and I think the confusion across the Chamber today in this debate and of the many amendments. The way to form a tax system, Madam Chair, is not to argue for various exemptions and various reliefs and get-out clauses for various different subsectors. It's to have a consistent approach to collecting tax applied across the whole economy, and then to fund those sectors of the economy, such as the healthcare system and the transport system and so on, that we should be funding. And that is the approach that this budget has taken. And I know that many of the members of previous governments, of successive governments, have said that we need to simplify our tax system in the UK. Can I suggest that asking for dozens of small amendments to one bill is not the way of achieving that aim? And as my honourable friend, the member for the cities of London and Westminster did point out, this is not the way of running any tax system, not even on the local government level. I'll take two interventions, I'll take one from you. From him, sorry.
And she has a fantastic point about wanting to set out the tax base. The difficulty is the government is also spending on the NHS. And fundamentally, GPs are private contractors to the NHS. Care providers are private contractors. So therefore, the government has to make a choice. Are they going to exempt them or are they going to pay for it? At the moment, they've done neither. This is the fundamental argument we're having on these amendments, to try and protect them because the government hasn't made a choice. It said at some point there may be some payments along the way. This is the concern that this side of the House have. What is her answer to that?
For his intervention and for highlighting the perilous state of GPs in my constituency of Earley and Woodley, who have been left after 14 years of stripping away from the NHS that the previous government has done. I'm very confident in the Secretary of State for Health's announcement, as he has made several times in this chamber, that he will take all these funding decisions in the round, and I very much look forward to seeing the quality of GPs improving. May I also highlight that there has been funding announced already for increasing the number of practitioners in GP surgeries, and I expect to welcome them in my constituency as well as across the UK. But back to my point about long-term fiscal planning. And the Honourable Member does make the point that we need to make choices. Over and over again on the doorstep, Madam Chair, I've been told again that public services are broken, that crime too often goes unpunished on our high streets, that mortgage rates, which have shot up wildly over the last few years, are too much of a burden on everyday families. And all this creates uncertainty, and it is that economic uncertainty that hurts businesses. So this is why I welcome very much, for the first time in many years, a credible budget that addresses the fundamental problems facing our society. And yes, we have to understand the current fiscal situation in the context of the bad decisions that were made before us. Now, we all know about the tax giveaway mini-budget under Liz Truss and the perilous effects that had on gilts, on the pension funds, and of course on mortgages that we're all now paying the price for. I'd also add to that, just in a moment, I'll take you in a moment, sir. I'll take that member in a moment. I'd also add to that the bad decisions made also under the previous two budgets, under the member of Godalming and Ash, they were not credible. It was not credible. If you look at the March 2024 OBR forecast, it was not credible that the next government would not do anything about schools, anything about SEND, anything about the NHS. Those were not credible promises made in the last two budgets. And those giveaways were made by governments without a plan, by governments that literally cut and ran, by calling an early summer election so they wouldn't have to face the consequences of their bad fiscal choices. They left us with a bill to pay, and this government is now making that possible in a considered way. Yes, I'll take you.
The Honourable Lady, and she's rightly highlighted the issue of interest rates and mortgage payments. Was she disappointed when the OBR assessment of the budget suggested that interest rates were going to stay higher for longer as a result of these measures? And I would invite the Honourable Lady to discuss the topic that we're discussing today rather than the past Conservative government. We can have debates on that. What we're trying to drill into today is the actions of this government and its real-world impact on those who can least afford it.
For his point, and I of course always welcome conversations with the OBR who came before us in the Treasury Committee only a few weeks ago, and in that committee discussion we had a full debate over their forecast. I'll also add that the OBR did find that the long-term infrastructure and capital spending in this budget, which is made possible by the different tax announcements that our government has set out, means that the economy in the long run will be 1.5 percentage points larger over the long run. And I also add that the forecasts in this budget have not taken the forecasts in the OBR's assessment of this budget have not yet taken into account all the various details of the measures which will be announced in the forthcoming months, and I expect those forecasts to improve. So back to the bill that this government is now paying. We need to build back our economy and public services. And this is a task that requires at least a decade of national renewal. And that's why in this budget we've set out credible long-term funding commitments and also plan for where the money comes from. Now, secondly, on small businesses, and I recently spent Small Business Saturday out and about visiting local employers across my constituency of Earley and Woodley. And I agree very much that these small businesses are the backbone of our local economy. They bring character and jobs to our high streets. One such shop that I visited is called Under 2K. It's a shop front on the Wokingham Road. And I asked the owner, Mark, what the government could do to help small businesses like his. And he said, I quote, "Keep going with a focus on economic stability and clean energy. That will bring more people our way." And small businesses know the government is on their side, and they know this because the Chancellor increased the employment allowance from £5,000 to £10,500, ensuring that the rise in employers' NICs will not hit the smallest businesses, and those employing 4 members of staff on the minimum wage will not be hit by this. On that point. So this means that 865,000 employers won't pay any increase in any NICs at all next year. Over 1 million will pay the same or less than what they did previously, and these changes have very much been welcomed by the Federation for Small Businesses. But the top concern I heard about from those retail businesses is not about NICs, but about shoplifting and crime on our high streets, which all too often goes unpunished. The funds raised in this budget allow us to employ over 13,000 additional neighbourhood police officers, PCSOs and special constables by 2029. It will fund 1,200 new police officers. And introducing the specific offence of assaulting a shop worker and attaching a prison time to that offence comes together, not just with saying that will be an offence, but also backing it up by committing £2.3 billion towards prison builds over the next 2 years. So that's an example of how we're helping small businesses, not just by talking the talk, but by walking the walk fiscally. Now, finally, I want to conclude. So I've taken 2 interventions, and that is the number I've set for myself. And we do like sticking to numbers on this side of the House. I'm proud that this Labour government is asking the wealthiest individuals and the largest businesses to pay a little more so we can rebuild the foundations of our broken economy. That means more money into the NHS, £25 billion in NHS funding over the next 2 years, sorely needed in my constituency of Earley and Woodley and across the country. £7 billion for education in the next financial year, including £1 billion for SEND. Those are the kinds of decisions that would not be possible under the March 2024 forecast. And members opposite can very well look at the OBR assessment of that forecast if they're in any doubt about that. Those are the decisions that would not be possible if we were not taking the important and serious decisions that this government has taken in its budget. And that's why I stand very happy to propose the budget that we've set out.
Aphra Brandreth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to draw attention to my register of interests. I rise in support of the amendment put forward by the Honourable Member for Grantham and Bourne. Increasing employers' national insurance contributions will be hugely detrimental to businesses but also employees in my constituency of Chester South and Eddisbury. I've been contacted by many local businesses who've expressed disappointment that the Chancellor broke her manifesto promise not to raise national insurance, anger that it's been done without fully realising the consequences for the wider economy, and fear that they might not be able to weather the impact of this decision. I'd like to take just a few moments to share some of the examples of organisations in my constituency that have reached out to me to share why these amendments are so needed. Bradley Barnes Day Nursery are a family-run nursery school in Malpas. They provide full daycare and early years education to nearly 80 families from the local community and surrounding areas. Access to quality childcare provision is vital for the many parents and carers who need to balance jobs with family life. Of course, Bradley Barnes hugely value all their employees and are keen to be the best employers they can be. They currently employ 24 staff whose skills, time and care are so vital to children in their formative years. But whilst the impact of this bill might see some businesses forced to lose staff, in the nursery sector where the child-to-staff ratio is so critical, indeed a legal requirement, Bradley Barnes cannot do that, nor would they want to. Matt and Vicky, who run Bradley Barnes, tell me that as a direct result of this policy, they will now need to find an additional £2,600 every year for each person they employ. The government made it quite clear in their manifesto that they would not tax working people. Who then exactly does the Chancellor think will be paying for her decision? It will be working people in Chester South and Eddisbury and across this country. And at many nursery schools like Bradley Barnes, they will be left with no option but to increase fees. For some families, this increase will not be affordable. This is the harsh reality of the government's choice. Madam Chair, I also want to highlight, as others have done, the impact for the many hospices who provide vital support and care to people at the most vulnerable time in their life. I've recently visited and met with the leadership and staff at St Luke's Hospice and the Hospice of the Good Shepherd, 2 of the wonderful hospices caring for individuals and families across Chester South and Eddisbury. We know the funding challenges that they already face. They rely on the goodwill and generosity of so many people who donate. This ill-thought-through bill will add to their costs substantially, and none of us want to see them forced to cut services or reduce the level of care they provide. I sincerely hope that hospices and the people they care for so brilliantly do not pay the price of this policy, and the compromise my right honourable friend suggested is considered. There are so many businesses that have contacted me to share their concerns about the detrimental impact of this decision. Community pharmacies, GPs who may be forced to compromise on the care they provide for their patients as they are not eligible for employment allowance, care providers, nurseries. I will give way.
Thank you. The member mentions GPs. Blackburn has some of the highest number of patients per GP in the UK. Not enough GP appointments can be attained in Blackburn, and because of that, there's a huge strain on the Royal Blackburn Hospital. Only last week, because not enough GP appointments are available, the hospital was put in red alert. Does the member agree that increasing national insurance contributions would mean that there will be fewer GP appointments available in Blackburn, and the hospital will, which is already in a dire state, will be in a worse position, and this situation will get out of control?
Thank you. The honourable member makes an important point. These are the unintended consequences that must be considered, and why we really must consider the amendment that has been put forward. Because for GPs, care providers, nurseries, charities, the impact will be felt right across the economy. It risks higher inflation and will mean fewer employment opportunities. This decision affects businesses, both small and large. It affects our local and national economy. It affects employees who will not enjoy a pay rise, or worse still, potentially lose their jobs. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. Would she also recognise that part-time workers, particularly in hospitality, are going to be incredibly badly affected? Prior to the changes, a person could have worked 14 hours a week without incurring employers' nicks, but now it's been reduced to 8 hours. That's going to be very disruptive to weekend shifts in particular. Would she agree with me that that's the particularly negative consequence of these changes?
The honourable member makes a very important point. Yet another group who will be so badly impacted by these ill-thought-through changes. I urge the government to think again and back these very necessary amendments. Thank you.
Well said.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. And, I rise today to support the measures that were put forward in the budget. And given the speech that we heard from the Shadow Minister, before we get into the policy, I would like to pause and acknowledge the extraordinary contribution of small businesses across my constituency and indeed across the country. Every single day, countless individuals take on the challenge of building and running these vital organisations. It's a task that's not always easy, but it's a labour of love, involving long hours, personal sacrifice and financial risk. These businesses are the heartbeat of our communities and the backbone of the British economy, and we all owe them our deepest gratitude. I've had the privilege of working with small businesses and witnessing firsthand the dedication it takes, and I've had family members who have run small businesses, so I know how personal it is. It's not just a job, it's a way of life and a commitment to local community. We must celebrate and support their work at every single turn. Since becoming an MP, I've made it my priority to listen to small business owners, their stories and challenges, their hopes, and it will continue to drive my work in this chamber. And let's be clear, this government does and will continue to stand firmly behind them. That's why I'm proud that this Chancellor has agreed to raise the employment allowance to £10,500. This move ensures that the smallest half of businesses will see no increase or a reduction in their national insurance bills. That is a lifeline for those businesses who need it the most. And let's dispel the myths that we've heard from members opposite. 75% of the funds raised from this policy will come from the largest 2% of businesses. But my plea to every single member of this government, please do keep engaging and listening to small businesses because they continue to need our support. But Chair, I'm sorry, but I won't take any lessons from the Conservatives on supporting small businesses when they spent 14 years making their lives miserable. When their government came to power, I was working in the kitchens of a small business, the Dolphin Pub in Newport Pagnell High Street. There was admittedly a bit of nepotism here. It was my uncle Trev was the landlord. Back then, the high street was alive. Today, it tells a very different story. Many have shuttered up, pubs have closed, and many of our small businesses have been lost. Under the last Tory government, 10 pubs closed every single week, including, I was just reading, many in the Shadow Minister's own constituency. In 2022 alone, 345,000 small businesses shut their doors. Walk up and down any high street in this country and you will see the toll. And this government is determined to turn the tide. Too many shelves are empty after being raided by out-of-control shoplifters. The revenue raised through these next changes mean this country can afford our manifesto commitment to 13,000 more police officers and policing staff, which can crack down on shoplifters affecting many small businesses. And as an aside, we will reverse the outrageous Conservative decision not to pursue shoplifters for thefts under £200. Too many businesses, including ones that have survived world wars and a global pandemic, were put at risk by the spiralling costs and interest rate caused by the Liz Truss mini-budget. The revenue raised from this budget will close down the £22 billion black hole they left to us, so we won't see a repeat of those disastrous events. Too many small businesses saw their energy bills skyrocket because of the disastrous energy policies of the previous government. We are setting up GB Energy, a new publicly owned energy company that will invest in clean energy here in the UK and end our reliance on foreign oil and gas. Too many small businesses are being crippled by staff shortages, often because workers are stuck on NHS waiting lists for months. Because of the next changes, we can afford to put record amounts of investment into our NHS to get those waiting lists down. I will give way.
The Honourable Member for giving way. Does the Honourable Member agree with me that it is because the previous government gutted public health and primary care that there is now a crisis in the NHS, and that whilst it's right that the government says that it wants to move care from hospital back into the community, does he understand the concerns from some of us on this side of the green benches that actually the move to increase national insurance contributions on GPs and dentists and pharmacists will actually undermine that drive?
Thank you for that contribution. And I would refer back to the comments made by the member for Earley and Woodley about, look, our tax system, particularly after the last 14 years, has got even more complicated. And we don't want to see that level of complexity, which costs businesses and costs organisations money, continue to spiral out of control. So it is important that we make these changes in a simple way. But there is that extra money that is going into our NHS that is going to be flowing through the system. Now, the department at the moment is looking at the way to make sure that extra funding is spent as effectively and efficiently as possible. And I do look forward to hearing from him soon about how that money will be contributing and benefiting all elements of our National Health Service. But I don't think that that's a reason to add extra complexity to an already complex tax system. Chair, we don't want to raise taxes. And I appreciate that decisions like this are never easy. They laugh on the opposite benches, but they also raised taxes to record amounts, and they broke our public services, and they left us with a £22.6 billion black hole. But the reality is the Conservatives left us with no choice. Our goal is to lay the foundations for a thriving, resilient economy, one where businesses can grow, communities can prosper, and future generations can thrive. What we've heard from opposition benches today is a repeat of what got us into this mess time and time again. Liz Truss promised unfunded tax cuts and crashed the economy. The last Tory leader promised unfunded tax cuts and left a £22 billion black hole. This Tory party is promising unfunded tax cuts again and won't say where the money is going to come from. Chair, this is what got us into this mess, and it is ludicrous to think it is what will get us out of it. But the mess that they got this country into is more than that basic arithmetic. It is a complete failure to achieve any economic growth. If growth in the UK had simply matched the OECD average, workers would have £5,000 more in their pay pockets, and the Treasury would have £50 billion more in tax revenues, without having to raise a single penny in tax. Just imagine how much better families would be feeling with that money in their pockets. We wouldn't be needing to raise any taxes today if we had that extra tax revenue that was stolen from us by their failure. Instead, they trapped us in a cycle of low growth, low productivity and low investment. This is the grim legacy of a government that failed to create conditions for businesses to thrive. From a chaotic planning system to a revolving door of 4 chancellors in 5 years, they have sown uncertainty at every single turn. And let's not forget the economic self-harm of Brexit, executed without a clear plan. Now, the budget, including the next changes today...
Dr Luke Evans.
This is entitled the National Insurance Contributions Bill, Committee Stage, page 1, Amendment 1. I'm not sure Brexit was mentioned. I look to your leadership to decide whether this is in order or indeed out of order.
I thank the honourable member for that point of order. He will be aware that it is important members stay within order. The honourable gentleman opposite has given some context as to his speech and the contributions, but he might be reminded of the need to stick to national insurance contributions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to do a word count on the number of times I've mentioned national insurance in this speech, but I can guarantee her and the members opposite that it's quite frequent and includes this following sentence. Now, the budget, including the next changes, makes the hard decisions to fix the foundations of our economy. And we will work tirelessly to bring about the economic growth that the previous government failed to achieve, so we don't have to make such hard decisions in the future. Because it is only by doing so, and not engaging in the fantasy economics of the party opposite, that we can break free from the cycle of failure, support our businesses of all sizes, and create a brighter future for our country. Thank you.
Sorcha, Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to have tabled these amendments today to support people in Northern Ireland and indeed the organisations that lobbied me to do so. My amendments 10, 11 and 12 seek to protect Northern Ireland's healthcare, social care, childcare, hospices and community and voluntary sectors from the impacts of the proposed rise in employer national insurance contributions. These sectors provide vital services in Lagan Valley and right across Northern Ireland, yet they are being asked to bear a disproportionate burden without the ability to mitigate these costs. Let me begin by recognising the importance of the sustainable funding for public services. My party welcomed many aspects of the Chancellor's inaugural budget, including changes to fiscal rules, NHS investment and the unpausing of city and growth deals. However, we are deeply concerned about the consequences of this national insurance increase for critical sectors in Northern Ireland, which are already operating under immense financial strain. During the last 5 years, community and voluntary groups played a critical role, from supporting our communities during the COVID-19 pandemic to responding to the ongoing cost of living crisis. Yet, despite their vital contributions, they are once again treated as peripheral when it comes to matters of funding and taxation. In Northern Ireland, our higher public sector dependency and chronic underfunding mean these groups in our region are uniquely vulnerable to this rise. Indeed, the recent Executive October monitoring round made clear that Bourne Consequential remains inadequate to cover departmental overcommitments. Community and voluntary organisations are not an optional extra. They are currently a cornerstone of public service delivery, often co-designing and implementing essential programmes in partnership with government. However, when financial pressures mount, they are frequently left to shoulder an unfair burden. This national insurance hike risks further entrenching that inequity. These organisations should not be regarded as expendable. They must be exempt from this increase, and that is precisely what my amendments seek to achieve. Northern Ireland hospices are overwhelmingly reliant on private donations, and indeed many other members across the House today have referenced the debate that we had only weeks ago, and everyone, regardless of their opinion on that subject, recognise the importance of hospices. Yet these rises proposed will close some of the doors, and that is the reality of what we are facing today. And as we're trying to get a GP appointment, well, good luck, and not just in Lagan Valley and not just in Northern Ireland, but indeed right across the UK, as general practice struggles to meet the many demands that are put upon them. Today I want to highlight the unique circumstances we in Northern Ireland face. These challenges are not abstract. They are real, tangible and deeply felt by the constituents I serve. It should come as no surprise to members present that Northern Ireland's health waiting lists are some of the longest in Europe, far exceeding the rest of the UK. Despite being the bedrock of our healthcare system and under immense financial strain in Northern Ireland, providers like GPs, dentists and pharmacists are currently not exempt from this rise, already struggling under immense cost pressures. Capacity reductions in primary care are simply not an option for Northern Ireland. Dental practices, particularly those providing NHS services which are highly in demand, have seen operating costs surge by 30 to 40% since 2019. With Department of Health funding failing to keep pace, many practices are unable to provide affordable care to patients. Indeed, we've actually seen through anecdotal and some evidential data that in some areas of deprivation, young children are presenting with extreme tooth issues and they have nowhere to go. In a joint statement earlier this month, Community Pharmacy NI, the BMA NI and the British Dental Association and Optometry NI said, Medical, pharmacy, dental and optometry providers are the front door to the health service for families across Northern Ireland and vital for the transformation of care here. Yet these services are under extreme financial pressure, resulting in the closure of general practices, and indeed my honourable member already made mention of the fact that many GPs are being forced to actually hand back contracts. Without adequate protection from these UK government policy changes, the precarious position of family practitioner services in Northern Ireland will deteriorate further. It is now an urgent imperative for the UK government to protect primary care or risk the collapse of these vital services in communities across Northern Ireland. I want to turn to the voluntary and community sector. The voluntary sector employs over 55,000 staff in Northern Ireland and delivers essential services, often on behalf of government. New research from the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action has revealed the devastating impact this will have. A recent NICVA survey of 68 organisations found that 76% expect major financial impacts, with additional costs of £5,000 to £200,000 annually. One social care provider anticipates annual increases of up to £500,000. Many organisations predict inevitable redundancies, particularly in core administrative roles. Service reductions will hit childcare, disability support, mental health services and community programmes the hardest. As NICVA's Chief Executive Salim McStravick has said, unlike public sector organisations, we have no protection against these rising costs. Without immediate government intervention, we'll see widespread service reductions, job losses and diminished support for our most vulnerable communities. As NICVA have pointed out, the voluntary sector play a unique and irreplaceable role in delivering services across Northern Ireland. Without support, the financial sustainability of this sector will be significantly compromised, leaving thousands of vulnerable individuals without the help they need. Social care and hospices are also feeling the strain of this. Both sectors are crucial in alleviating pressure on public services and supporting the NHS, yet they operate on razor-thin margins. Social care providers who provide 98% of home care services in Northern Ireland face similar challenges. Rising costs will force many to freeze wages and reduce hiring. Only just this year, at the start of the year in Northern Ireland, we actually had a situation where some of our hospices were really under pressure. And indeed, everybody across the political spectrum rallied to try and prevent that. But members, this is beyond our control. This is not something that cross-party working together at the executive table in Northern Ireland can fix. We need this response today from central government. Childcare is an area also under immense strain. Government funding for childcare in Northern Ireland is different from the rest of the UK, and schemes such as 30 hours free childcare do not exist for us. While the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme has provided temporary relief to some families, it offers no direct support to childcare providers facing mounting overheads. Furthermore, this scheme is only available to families of children below school age who use tax-free childcare, and it is set to end in March 2025. Without long-term investment and structural reform, the childcare sector cannot achieve the stability and sustainability required to meet its commitments under the programme for government to deliver more affordable childcare. Research from the Early Years Care, Education and Play Employers Forum reveals a deeply troubling picture of workforce and operational challenges in Northern Ireland's childcare sector. Nearly 50% of settings report vacancies, with many struggling to attract qualified candidates. Childcare salaries often fail to reflect the level of responsibility, particularly for management roles, and the quality of applicants is often poor, with over half of job applicants deemed unsuitable. Retaining experienced staff remains difficult, with many employers resorting to strategies like reduced hours or offering non-financial benefits to maintain their workforce. Rising costs mean that less than 1% of settings can offer pay increases as an incentive, leaving staff retention efforts constrained. These challenges are compounded by the growing demand for specialised care in Northern Ireland, with an estimated 1 in 5 children presenting with special educational needs. Without sufficient staff or resource, many settings are struggling to meet these needs effectively. Childcare providers in my constituency have been clear. The planned national insurance increase will force them to make impossible choices. reduce the quality of care, raise fees for families already struggling with the cost of living, or, as we've seen already, close entirely. And this in turn could have enormous, far-reaching consequences beyond the immediate loss of jobs within the sector. Without access to affordable and reliable childcare, families are left without the support they need to enable parents to remain in the workforce. Rising childcare costs risk forcing even more parents, predominantly women, out of work or requiring them to reduce their hours, further exacerbating gender inequalities in employment and surely against everything this government is wanting to do in terms of growth. This impact is particularly concerning in Northern Ireland, where economic inactivity remains a significant challenge. The loss of workforce participation not only affects household income, but also hinders economic growth, reduces tax revenues and places additional strain on social welfare systems. It is therefore essential that the UK Government mitigates the impact of these proposed national insurance hikes. This must include direct support for childcare providers and an extension of schemes like the childcare subsidy to ensure the sector's long-term stability and sustainability. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I have tabled these amendments because I understand what really matters to my constituents: care for their loved ones, support in times of need, and the organisations that make a difference in our communities. In Lagan Valley, services like local hospices and voluntary organisations are at the heart of our society, delivering essential, life-changing work. There is no question that systemic reform is essential for fiscal sustainability in Northern Ireland, but punitive measures that undermine critical sectors are not the answer. Increasing national insurance contributions at the expense of those who provide and rely on vital services is simply unacceptable. These amendments are about fairness. They recognise the unique challenges facing Northern Ireland and aim to protect sectors already under immense pressure. Healthcare providers, voluntary organisations and childcare services are the lifeblood of our communities and cannot be left to shoulder additional financial strain. I urge the Government to support these amendments to safeguard the services that underpin our society. Northern Ireland's people already face significant economic and social inequalities. What we need is investment and support to build a fairer, more sustainable future, not further strain on our vital sectors and communities.
Sandher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to rise. This Labour government will invest to rebuild our broken nation. Investment in our future paid for by tax revenue. And today we are debating the largest revenue-raising policy from our budget. Proud that it will be raised from the largest businesses to fund the homes, jobs and skills we need to create a good, affordable life for us all. Because for those of us who cannot afford a decent life, the picture in our nation has become increasingly bleak. Non-graduates and the young locked out of the opportunities that previous generations had. Not enough homes, not enough good jobs, and not enough skills either. We are raising money to provide the investment in those homes, jobs and skills. Raising money from those who most are able to afford it. £23 billion that every business, family and young person will benefit from. 75% of revenue from the largest 2% of businesses. And we are raising that money whilst protecting the smallest by increasing the employment allowance. That's why the FSB have said this is a huge help as we bring in this revenue raiser. Half of all businesses paying the same or less than they did previously, and 250,000 will see their tax bill fall. I'll give way.
Honourable gentleman giving way. He's most gracious. He's also a highly distinguished economist. So I wonder if he could show... He's talked about this record tax-raising element. Could he tell us how much it is net, the 23 to 26 billion, by the time you've looked at behaviour change, reduction in corporation tax receipts and compensation of the public sector? As a distinguished economist, could he share with the House how much net comes into the government coffers?
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his incredibly kind words. And for me, it's actually rather simple. I follow the IBR forecast, which goes through the Treasury policy costing and then gets signed off. Those are the numbers I look at, and that's the money that will come in. And we are raising the money set out in those forecasts in a fair way to invest in our future prosperity, using that money to build the homes that we need. In the mid-1990s, it took a young person around 3 years to save for a deposit. Now it's over 14 years. In London, it's nearly 30. That's why nearly half of young people are living at home with their parents, and that is why we're using the tax revenue from these measures to invest in the Affordable Homes programme. That's more homes for young people. We are using this money to create good jobs. The idea that you can leave school and get a decent wage has left our nation long ago. Low-paid and insecure service jobs for some, but for many unable to get a job at all. Around 15% of young people today not in education, employment or training. That's why our Young Warm Homes plan that will upgrade 300,000 homes will also create tens of thousands of good jobs. I'll give way.
The analysis of this particular measure is that it will hit mostly, or most hard, those who are low paid and those who are young. So it's not going to help young people get all of the things that he has described, because they're the group which are going to find it most difficult to survive.
I would say to the honourable member that young people in the lowest paid do work in the smallest businesses. And I would also say this: some of the analysis, including that by the IFS, does not include those measures and does not have matched employee data sets to show so. Indeed, when Paul Johnson came to Treasury Select Committee, he admitted as such. Yeah, why not? Go on.
Grateful to a fellow Leicester MP for being so graceful and letting me come through. One of the ways we can judge the market is by looking at the vacancies. Now, James Reed, who runs the Reed's recruitment agency, has seen a 13% drop in advertisements on their website. He was sounding the alarm that this could be a sign of recession because of the very nature of these implications that we're voting on today. How is that going to support young people if there aren't jobs out there for them?
Directs the honourable member to today's labour market statistics. Employment still at high, employment about the same. I think inactivity falling in the latest statistics. So look, in the official statistics, the picture does look good. More broadly, vacancies are not, of course, the measure that you want to look at. What you want to look at is the number of people in jobs, and indeed, the revenue we are raising today is investing in measures that will directly create those good jobs. 300,000 homes upgraded in the Warm Homes plan, that's tens of thousands of good jobs. The expansion of early years childcare, that's tens of thousands of good jobs. And when businesses know they have a healthy workforce that they need, there is more people available to work. This is a budget for growth, it is a budget for jobs as well. Yes.
Very grateful. He talks about the expansion of early years childcare. Won't be much use when the nurseries have already shut down because they can't pay their national insurance in advance of that. Does he understand that dynamic?
I absolutely understand the benefits that early years childcare has. It's why we're so proud in this government to have a key part of our opportunity mission, one of our milestones, because we know the money invested today will pay dividends in the future. Absolutely, we are committed to expanding and investing in early years childcare on this side of the House. But more broadly as well, this is also about investing in our young people. 1 in 3 young people experiencing mental health problems, 1 in 20 too sick to work, a number that is only rising. A 3-fold increase in the health problems that make it too difficult to do day-to-day activities. A generation of mine without hope and without health. And for those who have been struck down by hopelessness, who are now too sick to work, our Get Britain Working programme, combining health, skills and employment support, rebuilding confidence, helping people into good jobs, restoring dignity, purpose and community for every person and place in our nation. Today, Madam Chair, this bill speaks to our governing philosophy, that those with the broadest shoulders will carry the heaviest load. And as we have seen, we are now changing our nation, rebuilding hope in our communities, our country, indeed in our democracy. We are building a country that gets better rather than worse, where every person can get a good job, where every person can afford a decent home, and where every person can get the skills that they need. where we can all live again in a country where we see that working hard means a decent life at the end. That is what we are investing in, and that's why we are proud to raise the revenue that we are debating today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Blake Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support Clause 1 in the name of my honourable friend from Grantham and Bourne. Madam Chair, if this government's goal was to fix the foundations, I'm afraid the result has been subsidence. Business confidence has plummeted, and 2/3 of firms think Labour's budget, including the NI increase, will damage investment. Madam Chair, an economy grows on the back of hard-working people in constituencies like my own in mid-Bedfordshire, investing, taking risks and employing local people. And how does the Labour Party reward those people for their hard work? They raise their taxes. They make it harder for them to employ people, they reduce the amount they take home at the end of the month, and then, Madam Chair, they justify it by telling them that they aren't really working people. On this side of the House, we understand that growth is created from the hard work of entrepreneurs up and down our country, driving our economy forward. Across the country, millions of people want stronger economic growth. That's what they voted for. But what they've now got is a low-growth, high-tax, job-cutting Labour government. They were promised change. They just didn't expect the change would be the Labour's manifesto commitment not to increase national insurance. A change that hikes the cost of employing someone by £800. A change that reduces the number of jobs in the economy, a change that reduces wages for working people, and change that increases prices in shops. And if members are not convinced by all of those things, I would recommend that perhaps they vote with us for new Clause 1 so the impact can be assessed within a year. It's perfectly practical, perfectly reasonable, very pragmatic new Clause 1. But the government now talks conveniently about preventing tax increases on pay slips of working people. But, Madam Chair, under this job-cutting government, some constituents will now be lucky if they have a pay slip at all. Far from a government for growth, Madam Chair, this government believes that the reward for working hard and creating jobs should be even higher taxes. In a nutshell, Labour's policies cut jobs, cut wages, hike taxes and hike prices, all while telling people that they are on their side. Our constituents aren't fools, Madam Chair, so I ask members opposite to consider sincerely if they came into Parliament to increase taxes on their GPs, on their care workers, on their charities and on their nurseries, to add to the burden on hospices like Keach Hospice in mid-Bedfordshire, the local air ambulance, or charities like the Green Sand Trust doing absolutely amazing work on environmental conservation in my constituency. They did not, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Madam Chair. So they should stand up to their leadership today for the sake of hard-working people throughout our country and stop this jobs tax.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is extraordinary. Indeed, it is the very definition of chutzpah to follow the opposition speakers and their short-sightedness and, frankly, short memory of the damage that they have done to this country. Let me start by paying testimony as somebody who's been in this space for 14 years and watched it unfold in my constituency and across the country. That is how we get to this piece of legislation today. New MPs may wish to rewrite history. Many of us will pay testimony to the damage that they did. And this country should be grateful that we now have a Chancellor who is facing up to the UK's fantasy public finances that we inherited from the previous government and trying to rebuild this nation. We finally have a framework for improving our rail services. Anybody thinking about getting on a train this Christmas knows how far yet we have to go. The damage lays at the door of the previous Conservative government, a government that is devolving meaningful powers to local government, generating clean electricity, things that the previous government couldn't even understand, let alone get a grip of, and certainly developing a better approach to our infrastructure. The Conservatives passed tax cuts in their final years in office which the country could not afford. Now, there may have been genuine shocks around the world, but we can see the damage that the Conservatives did, and we can see they chose to compound that with bad choices. Madam Speaker, they didn't just break Britain. They slashed it and burned it to the ground to make it mean that this government's first year in office is a salvage operation. Their decision to prioritise fake tax cuts over sustained investment in our public infrastructure has cost us all dearly. Those who think are sceptical on what I'm saying should stand in an A&E now and still see the trolleys in the corridor as the 7.9 billion people still wait for hospital operations. They should talk to the schools with rack concrete in them, the councils barely clinging to being able to provide social care, the police who just don't exist on our streets. I've listened to the honourable gentleman for donkey's years try to claim that this country was on the up. I've seen the alternative. Please let him justify that.
Well, the Honourable Lady knows 4 million jobs were created under the last Conservative government, and she's just talked movingly about patients stuck on trolleys in corridors. And I wondered if she could explain to the House how the Labour government's policies in England are going to differ from Labour government in Wales, which has far worse outcomes and worse waiting lists than any of the results that have happened in England.
Tell you what, this government is going to do differently from what the last government did, which is going to make a difference to all of our constituencies, to get the waiting list down with the money that is being provided to be able to invest in our NHS. Vandals, all of the previous government, and we've all seen the damage. The challenge before us in this piece of legislation is to make sure that this government does not make the same mistakes, but instead addresses head-on the foundations that we need to build. Because the truth that all of our constituents need to face those public expectations, is that we do need to talk more openly about the fact that having better services does require better funding through taxation. That the broken Britain that we now see will not fix itself with a bit of time, or worse, you cannot distract the public from the problems that they see by giving them somebody else to blame. Trans people, refugees, immigrants, women, foreigners generally. That is a fantasy that the British public did not buy at the last election, and they should not be promised again. They know we have a difficult road ahead. They know there are difficult choices to make, and they will back them if they can see there is a reason to do it. Above all, they understand this country needs investment and it needs growth. Now, Madam Chair, I am Chair of the Labour Movement for Europe, so I do agree that there is a case here about our future relationship with Europe, but that is for another time. But I'm also here because we need infrastructure, and I'm here to propose new Clause 4 because of that. Because infrastructure is not just about roads and rail. It's about the services people need every day to be able to get to work and manage all of their commitments, including childcare. But I will brook no lectures, again, as somebody who spent 14 years urging the previous government to invest in childcare for their sudden Damascene conversion to the idea that it matters. Childcare is economic infrastructure. The member is chuntering from a sedentary position. He voted against time and time again the proposals put forward to make childcare an economic infrastructure matter that many of us put forward. The amendment before us as new Clause 4 is about how we best invest in our people to be able to grow our economy. Because as we make tough choices, the importance is to do it in a way that means our productivity improves. And that means looking out for parents as well as potholes. We are now in the middle of the biggest expansion of childcare in this country to try to get to a point where every parent can access 30 hours of free childcare for all under fives. Because under the last government, some parents were paying more for childcare than they were for their rent or their mortgage. The previous government repeatedly failed to invest, and then it made promises that it knew it could never keep, pushing up demand without increasing supply. So we know on this side we must not make the same mistake. It is absolutely vital for our economy to make childcare more accessible and affordable, and we know we have a road to go. We know that in rural areas there are 31% fewer childcare places compared to inner cities and town centres, that those most deprived communities have 32% fewer places per child compared to affluent areas, that of the poorest fifth of parents with young children, only a third use formal childcare compared to 73% of the highest earning households. The previous government reinforced that inequality rather than addressing it in its childcare policy. That is why in my constituency there are still 3 children chasing every single childcare place. I'll happily give way.
Giving way. She's always been an advocate for childcare. And one of the ways the government tried to address this, the last government, was to actually look at creating household together as households rather than individual parents to stop the cliff edge for childcare. In the last budget, the government has actually taken that away, that proposal away of looking at households as one unit. Does that mean she's changed her mind and would support that mechanism being looked at again? Because I think it would solve a lot of the problems of a single parent who is now caught having to pay for the childcare because they're exempt, whereas households collectively together may have two couples, say, under the £45,000 who aren't eligible.
Madam Chair, let me reach the hand of cooperation across the House if he wants to finally work on what would be a genuinely affordable and accessible childcare system in this country. But I'll just temper his enthusiasm. If he would actually look at what the previous government did, they have made things worse. Under the previous government's plans, there was a 50% reduction in childcare places. We saw time and time again nurseries closing because of the changes that his government made. So we're starting from a foundation where the places simply don't exist. The places that are there, too often, it's those who can well afford childcare who are taking them. If we are to get to a position where we have the childcare places we need so that every child can get the best start in life in this country, then we do need to invest, and we need to make sure that we save what is there and encourage those who can expand to be able to do so. If we do that, we will reap the rewards both in the Exchequer and in society. That is why early years provision matters to the future of this country. Research by the Education Policy Institute shows that 40% of the disadvantage gap we see at age 16 has already emerged by the age of 5. Equally, if you invest in early years, you can save £16 billion a year later, according to the LSE. It also means that we get more money in because more people can make the choices that they want to do, both mothers and fathers and carers, to be able to work, to be able to pay tax. Oh, happy to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Honourable Lady is making a very compelling case about the need to invest to save. And when we invest upstream in our public services, it often saves money for the taxpayer further down the line. Would she agree with the Liberal Democrats that this could equally be applied to investing in GPs and dentists and pharmacists as well to relieve pressure on the NHS?
I hope the Honourable Lady, who I have worked with on various issues, will give me the latitude of letting me expand my argument for what I'm actually about to propose and why I think actually as a House we could move forward on these issues together. I don't doubt her sincerity, but I do also recognise the fiscal destruction that we've got to deal with from the previous government, which means that we need to tell the British public the truth about what needs to happen. Making unfunded promises is as bad as not promising to act as well. Now, the parent surveys show that it's at 30 hours it makes the real difference in terms of enabling families to make those choices and particularly to get back into work. So if we want to get to 30 hours by September next year, we need 60,000 additional places and 29,000 extra members of staff. The challenge that we face at the moment, if we don't have fundamental root and branch reform of how we fund childcare and its provision, is that is about £72 million extra a year to hire alone. That is the challenge that we face if we want to get this right. I know how hard the Minister is working to get the economy growing again. I know he's going to hear pleas from every single sector about the impact of the national insurance changes because these are difficult changes. Nobody should be under any illusion. I am here making a plea about the childcare sector because I believe in the end it will pay for itself. Our ability to get more people back to work, especially mums who end up all too often bearing the burden of childcare, means that we will get more taxes in and we will get more investment in as a result. And it is particularly a factor in the childcare sector because it's a people-intensive industry. Staffing costs make up for 75% of a nursery's running costs compared to 30% for the average restaurant. And because the previous government systematically failed to invest in childcare, it is something that has been majority provided by the private sector. 85% of places are delivered outside of the state sector. It's also a sector where there is very little flexibility on numbers because ratios matter, the number of people looking after little people. These are not businesses with small numbers of staff. An average nursery has 14 members of staff, which means that the additional cost will be about £36,000 to £39,000 a year, and around £14,000 of that will be national insurance. Now, I know many members here will agree with me that we need to invest in childcare, and will be pleased to see this government trying to address the balance. Under the previous government, the damage that was done meant that 83% of nursery providers said the funding they received didn't cover their costs. That's why closures increased by 50% in the last couple of years. This government has already increased the funding for our nurseries, but that increase, whilst it does take account of increases in wages costs, it doesn't take account of the increase in national insurance. So the work in this bill, the reason why I've proposed new clause 4 about having a review of one element of all of this, is about making sure that we do not cut off our nose to spite our face when ensuring that we can get more people into work. Because we do recognise that extra national insurance costs may have consequences, whether they be recruitment freezes, reduced staff training, or indeed even closures, at a time when we want this sector to expand. Indeed, the majority of nurseries have staff vacancies, so they need extra people already. Yes, I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. She's making a compelling case of logic as it applies to early years provision. I don't think anybody in this House could argue with the logic that she's advancing. But doesn't that logic, isn't it so robust that it also applies to primary care, to hospices, to charities, if it applies to nursery places?
Stella, Creasy. I hope the Honourable Gentleman will recognise what I'm talking about here is a very specific function of the way in which the childcare sector operates and the fact that it generates public exchequer funding when we get people back into work. My argument here is that actually we invest to save. So this is specifically about childcare, and what I'm coming on to in new clause 4, which I'm sure he has read in depth by the look on his face, to understand why I'm suggesting that we could, as a Parliament, look at how we address those issues. Because right now, the sector is concerned, and I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. It may be a Damascene conversion to the opposition parties to suddenly care about it, but there is a concern across the sector not to go backwards. Now, Clause 3 of this legislation will increase the employment allowance from 5,000 to 10,500, and it will reduce the current 100,000 threshold. So it might be perceived that for some of those small businesses, particularly in the childcare sector, that would be a potential way forward of reducing some of the impact of these changes so that they can continue to expand. The challenge here is right now the majority of childcare providers would not qualify for the employment allowance because of the way in which the sector operates, because it has been ignored, dismissed, derided by previous governments. The majority of those positions are produced within the private sector. That means they do not qualify. However, there is an unintended, perhaps, irony in all of this, that investing in more childcare, as we are currently doing, means that many of those small businesses will not be eligible for the employment allowance. Because it is about companies that receive less than 50% of their income from public funding, whilst many childcare providers were originally in that position before money started going into them, the irony is in the coming years, many fewer will be as a result, meaning they will be denied this opportunity. Now, those childcare provision that is in educational settings will be able to benefit for it. So it's not a total denial. What this means is that if we're looking to expand childcare in the current environment without looking at how we can make this an equal opportunity for all childcare providers, is that it will have to be done through the state sector, which means you'll have to find nurseries that can be provided within spare classrooms or within childcare settings within an educational sector. That is a very small amount of the structures that we have at the moment, and there is a risk that we will not see the investment in expansion because expansion in previous days has come through the private sector. My concern, if I'm frank about it, is this is a perfect storm of our own making. With the best intentions of investing money, and money will come from this budget, into childcare, we may inadvertently make it harder to expand childcare. That is why I believe we need a review, because it's not clear-cut that that is going to be the outcome, but that is why I've tabled new clause 4. I would also urge ministers to look at the business rates, currently adding around £21,000 to the average nurseries. We found support in the budget for those in retail and hospitality. We could look again at the childcare sector on the same basis. Above all, we need to raise these questions and ask about how we can make sure that we don't see a curtailment of childcare in this country, because the reality will be then fees will go up, and that will make it even harder for parents to be able to use it. And that is what the pregnant and screwed surveys are showing us. 90% of parents who do have a place in this country are terrified that costs are going to go up in the coming year. And that 60% of those are saying if that happened, they would reduce their hours or leave work altogether. Madam Chair, this is a tough time. It's a tough budget. There are tough decisions to be made. We're not shying away from that in this party. I'm proud of being part of a political party in government that is getting a grip of this country's needs. But I'm also determined, as I'm sure everybody is on the backbenches, to make sure we do it in the best way possible. So I hope the Minister, if he will not accept new Clause 4, can tell us what work the Treasury is doing to make sure that childcare as a form of economic infrastructure will be able to grow and support this country as it recovers from the last 14 years of Conservative government. Because we know all of those who will be affected by this, the choice to work, the choice to stay in work, the choice to stay open and run a nursery, are literally the ones who have been paying the price of having a Conservative government. We do not wish to make them pay over again. The Conservatives broke Britain. We now need to be honest about the work and the investment that it will take to repair it.
Helen Maguire.
Madam Chair, I'm greatly concerned about the consequences of this bill. Consequences for businesses, for employees and for essential primary care providers in my constituency of Epsom and across the country. This bill represents an unfair jobs tax that risks harming the livelihoods of countless individuals and the viability of small businesses at a time when they're already grappling with a multitude of challenges. I want to begin by highlighting the impact of this legislation will have on community pharmacies, which are the front line of healthcare in our local areas. The owner of Horton Pharmacy in Epsom has expressed grave concerns about the financial burden this increase in employer national insurance contributions will impose. He told me, and I quote, "We're estimating it's going to cost an extra £12,000 a year. It's very distressing and making it harder to keep our doors open and help reduce the burden on other parts of the NHS." Community pharmacies like Horton Pharmacy play a critical role in alleviating pressure on our overstretched NHS by providing accessible healthcare and advice. Yet this bill threatens their financial viability, which in turn risks leaving constituents without the local care they rely on, increasing the burden on the NHS. I will give way.
Is she aware that the NPA, the National Pharmacies Association, have actually agreed for collective action for the first time in their history, directly as a result of the budget that's been proposed in this Parliament? Does she have any comment on that?
Yes, I am aware of this, and I agree that it's a good way forward. But in addition to this, another business in my constituency, the Family Building Society, is also facing substantial repercussions. I met with the CEO, Mark Bogard, last Friday, who shared that this national insurance increase will cost them approximately $300,000 every year. He said, even as a mutual building society with no shareholders to generate returns, for we cannot simply swallow that cost. So going forward, inevitably, they will now employ 5 or 6 fewer people. Madam Chair, these are real-world examples of the damaging, rippling effects of this bill. It won't just hit businesses, it will hit employees too. Fewer jobs, lower wages and missed opportunities. This government claimed they want to kick-start economic growth. But how can businesses grow when they're forced to cut jobs instead of investing in their business? How can the economy thrive when ambition is replaced with survival? This bill does not kickstart economic growth, it slams on the brakes across the board. This bill threatens sectors vital to our economy and society. Social care providers, GPs and hospices are already at breaking point, and they will now face further financial strain. Most of these organisations do not qualify for the employment allowance, meaning they are particularly exposed to these increases. The Liberal Democrats have called on the government to exempt these essential providers from the tax rise, but those calls have been ignored. This decision will worsen the crisis in our NHS and social care system, pushing more providers to the brink of bankruptcy. 6 in 10 care homes in the UK are operated by companies vulnerable to even mild economic shocks. How then can the government justify imposing additional financial burdens on a sector already struggling to stay afloat? Let's be clear, the government's own analysis admits that nearly 4 times as many employers will lose out under this bill compared to those who will benefit. For many employers, this will translate into an average annual tax increase of over $26,000. This is not just a jobs tax, it's a growth tax, a productivity tax and ultimately a tax on people's living standards. This is a deeply inefficient way to raise funds, especially when fairer alternatives exist. The Liberal Democrats have proposed several measures that would raise revenue without harming jobs and growth. These include reversing Conservative tax cuts for big banks, increasing the digital services tax and introducing a fairer form of capital gains tax to ensure that ultra-wealthy pay their fair share. These measures would protect small businesses, support families and safeguard essential services while still addressing the country's fiscal challenges. Madam Chair, the people of Epsom and Ewell deserve better. They deserve a government that supports, not stifles, innovation, enterprise and community spirit. They deserve a government that listens to small businesses, healthcare providers and families who are already struggling under the weight of rising costs and stagnant wages. This bill is not the solution to our economic challenges. It's a blunt instrument that will do more harm than good, jeopardising jobs, living standards and essential services. I urge the government to reconsider this unfair and counterproductive measure and to work with us to develop a fairer and more sustainable approach to taxation that prioritises people and communities.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to start, if I may, by reflecting on something that the Honourable Gentleman from Grantham and Bourne said in his opening speech. He talked about socialists thinking that taxes just flow in. Given that he was a member of a government that raised taxes to their highest level on history, perhaps this season, for him it's less secret Santa and perhaps he's a secret socialist. Perhaps if he's lucky, he will have a red flag under his Christmas tree on the 25th that he can fly. But I jest, Madam Chair, but the point is that actually this was a government that agreed with tax and spend. They taxed. The trouble is what they chose to spend things on. And that is the difference, I think, between this government and the government that came before, which is we've made clear commitments about what we will spend the money raised in this National Insurance Bill on. We will make investments into the NHS. We will make investments into our public services, our schools and our hospitals. We will fix the roads. I mean, the intervention chunters, I can't actually hear what he's saying. If he wants to make an intervention, I'll happily take it. No, thought not. The fact of the matter is that whilst this is not a decision that I particularly would have liked the new government to make, having looked at the levers available to us, having made a political choice to check the pay packets of individuals who are in work, this is a way of raising revenue. And while, Madam Deputy, I often think we don't hear enough from the Honourable Gentleman from Beverley and Holderness, so on this one occasion I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and he is, given the competition on his side of the House, one of the more honest and upfront members in addressing some of the issues. Does he regret the exclusion of the various groups we've heard of today, from hospices to social care to childcare? And would he urge ministers to look and see if they could create a more coherent and joined-up approach so the 22 billion or whatever it is into the NHS actually works to improve the healthcare of the nation?
Thank you, Madam. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. He hangs fire. He may actually be surprised with some of the things that I'm going to say as I try and progress my speech. But I wish to say that behind a context of, isn't it laughable and ludicrous in our country that some of those most important parts of our social care sector, some of our air ambulances, our hospices, are dependent upon charity full stop, that they have to rattle tins in supermarkets, have to be dependent upon handout from philanthropic grants on a non-recurring basis in order to be continuing the service they do. I think there is a much broader conversation as a nation that we have to have about how far general taxation should fund some of these programmes, and how far he rolls his eyes. I'd much rather make a smaller contribution to ensure that the hospices and the air ambulance in my constituent can service than have to watch people sit in baths of beans to try and make sure that vulnerable people get the help and support they need when they need it. And he may disagree with that, but it is a broader point that we should be discussing about how we fund some of these things and whether or not we consider them to be vital infrastructure to our health and care system anyway. But the point... I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I mean, does he accept that any fair taxation system has to place the biggest burden on those with the broadest shoulders? And that means taxing the wealthiest in this country rather than hospices and the charitable sector.
Again, if the Honourable Gentleman bears with me, I'm going to get to that point, but in principle I absolutely agree that taxation in this country should fall on those most able to make that contribution. I also think there is a question about how we spend that money and how we use that money in preventative services, and I think there is an argument again to have about how much of the money that is given to, for for instance, the Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent ICP, how much of that is spent on reactive services treating people as opposed to how much is spent on preventative services keeping people well in the first place. And I think there is definitely a discussion to be had in our own communities about whether or not those organisers, the people that have the money, the commissioning bodies that do have the money, are commissioning the preventative service necessary to reduce that acute demand that exists. And in my own constituency, having listened last Friday, Madam Chair, Deputy, I've forgotten now, Madam Chair, isn't it? I do apologise, Madam Chair, to the charities that were convened by the Voluntary Action Stoke-on-Trent network. They have themselves said that their biggest challenge before this national insurance increase was even muted was the fact that they have they can't get recurring funding year on year from the health bodies, from the councils, from those public sectors. And then when they do manage to get to an end of a project, they're told, well, you've done that project, come up with something new. They're asked to redesign their service to chase a pot of money to deliver what essentially is the preventive service that is stopping the more acute services being placed in greater demand. And I think there is a conversation as a nation that we need to have that is in part brought to a head by the National Insurance Contribution Bill that we are debating this afternoon as to what role we see for charities in the whole, how we fund those services, and whether or not we are content for them to be happily.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way. Debates have been had in this time for a long time about making sure that in the health and care sector that the shift is put upstream to support public health and primary care. Would the Honourable Member accept that this measure is going to undermine the effort to put more investment upstream, and it's also going to force many charities to have to do even more fundraising to backfill the gap that's made from this national insurance contributions hike?
I absolutely do, Madam Chair, and again, if the Honourable Lady will bear with me, I'm going to come exactly to that point later on. But my constituency, Madam Chair, is often in the top 50 when it comes to deprivation, both social and economic. We are wholly dependent, quite often, on the charitable sector to pick up people when they are at their lowest, when they are in their most need. And it is often the charities that do the really hard work to get those individuals back into a place where they can then even begin to access the statutory support services because of the demand that is required on the individuals by the services they're seeking to engage. And if I think just alone about supported housing, the fact that we talk about giving people homes, quite rightly we want to see more people into homes, but for many people in Stoke-on-Trent that are accessing services that will be impacted by the national insurance contribution increases, if it wasn't for that supported housing, they wouldn't be in a place to be able to live on their own independently in the months to come. And as the Honourable Lady from St Albans points out, that has a huge bearing on the acute costs at the presentation of final service. But last Friday, Madam Chair, the Voluntary Action Stoke-on-Trent, an excellent organisation run by Lisa Heylings and her team, convened a meeting of local charities and the 3 members of Parliament for Stoke-on-Trent. And she also helped me by compiling some of the specific impacts that the national insurance increase will have on charities and organisations in my community. And with the indulgence of those, I just want to read those out so people can see the scale of the challenges that we're facing. So the first one is the CAB. The CAB in Stoke-on-Trent does a phenomenal amount of work. It will see an impact of £150,000 on its national insurance contribution. Now, whilst I believe they will be able to mitigate some of that, all that's going to do is drive people to wait longer for help, or actually, perversely, put more people into our caseload and our surgeries as members of Parliament, because quite often they signpost to other agencies when they can't meet them themselves. And then the second largest impact I was told about was by the YMCA of North Staffordshire, an organisation who is going to see their NI increase by £101,000. Now, this is an organisation that routinely provides homes for young people who ordinarily would find themselves on the street. They do work with families to ensure that family units can stay together. They support community meal initiatives to bring together communities, different communities in Stoke-on-Trent, and they do a lot of work on community cohesion, which is a particular problem or issue of content in my city. Smaller, an organisation called Savannah, which I must declare is run by my ex-wife, but still on favourable terms. No, I'm going to... One second. They are the provider of the Rape and Sexual Advice Service in Stoke-on-Trent. They get all of their money from the MOJ. They are essentially running a government service by virtue of contracts, and yet they're now going to see an increase in their national insurance of something between 16,500 and 17,000, which is a reduction in what they will be able to do, the number of people they will be able to support, the IDVAs and the ISVAs that they provide. Their other half of the money comes from the Home Office via the Police and Crime Commissioner. Again, this is essentially public money funding a public service that just happens to be provided by a charity that is not covered by the rebate that's being provided to other organisations. Disability Solutions, which is a charity that helps those who are entitled to additional support access their support. They bring in millions of pounds a year into the city, which has a cumulative economic benefit because the money that is brought in is spent in our high streets, in our local economy, because the people they help, Madam Chair, they are not the wealthy people of my city. Those are the people who quite often have very little in their pocket. So every penny that is then given to them, they spend in the local economy. They don't hoard it in a savings account. They don't put it into the Cayman Islands. They don't use it as a down payment for a new car or a flash shop. They go out and they buy food, and they buy shoes for their children, and they buy school uniforms, or they use it in one of the local entertainment venues. And then, Mind North staff's £56,000 they're impacted by. This is an organisation that is specifically designed to help people with their mental health, something which the government has rightly identified as a huge inhibitor to economic growth, because if people can't get their mental health sorted, they can't get back into work. And another mental health organisation changes basically wrote to me so that the changes would be unsustainable for them. And then finally, Madam Chair, the Dove service. This is a bereavement counselling service. £2,000 is what it's going to cost them. Again, and these are organisations, all of whom are filling a void that the state does not fill in my city. It is a void that I will give way.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and in essence he's described what we on this side of the House would have called the big society some years ago. Does he share my concern, however? Does he share my concern that huge bank of volunteers that often prop up and form the supports for the organisations that he's set out are likely to drift away as their organisations come under pressure? So not only will be a financial pressure, but there will be a pressure on the resource of people who are volunteering, because they just go, if the government isn't prepared to help us this one little bit, why should we?
I actually don't agree with the gentleman's assessment, because in my city, in Stoke-on-Trent, when there is need, people arrive to offer help. It is one of the things that people often say about, we are a friendly, welcoming people, and if you're in need, we roll up our sleeves, we get stuck in. But what I would say to the honourable gentleman, where he and I would agree, is that dedicated volunteers are excellent, but they are not a replacement for staff. They are not a replacement for particularly the highly trained staff who provide very bespoke services, as is some of the ones that I've mentioned there. And there are thousands of volunteers across Stoke-on-Trent, and I thank every single one of them for every moment of their time that they donate. But all too often, and he will know, I'm sure from his own constituency, Madam Chair, that sometimes we talk about voluntary organisations if they have no costs associated with staff, because it is entirely volunteer run. And I think everyone across this House would recognise that simply is not the case. And if it wasn't for that cadre of professionals who help coordinate the volunteers, then things would fall apart. And while I have set out, Madam Chair, the challenges faced in my city, I am not necessarily drawn to some of the amendments that are being proposed about having differential rates for charities or different organisations. And that isn't because I don't believe they shouldn't be protected from the increase that is coming, but because first of all, if we're saying they should have a differential rate, why should that rate not be zero? Why should we just not exempt them entirely? I'm also not convinced that we wouldn't see people seeking to reorganise their own businesses to try and change charitable status in order to reduce their own liabilities. And fundamentally, I believe that paying tax is a patriotic duty, and if you should, then you must. What I would like to ask the Minister in his summing up is, there have been record levels of settlements for the NHS. How is And I do accept the points that have been made about hospices and GPs, and I sincerely hope that in Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent that the ICB will make use of the better care funds that are available to help put some of that additional money that they've got into the fund to pay for the social care that can help offset some of those increases in national insurance that will make their jobs much more difficult. But I would say for those organisations, many of the ones that I've mentioned, that receive their operating budgets from government, albeit passported through funds or through a local council or through another public body, they are essentially running government services. They are essentially running a public service on behalf of the government. Is it not incumbent upon us to make sure that the services we ask them to provide are provided at the level that we expect, and we resource them efficiently? Because the difference I would like to think between this government and the previous government is that we value the work sufficiently that we will pay them correctly and accordingly. And if, when the Minister sums up, he can address those points, I'd be most grateful.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who, I'm pleased to say, honoured his words at the beginning of his speech when, quite rightly, I mean, and I think it's because he has been in this House for some time and he knows the difference between legislative intent and legislative outcome. And no one believes that the Minister on the front bench there or other ministers willfully want to damage GPs, hospices. I mean, how could anyone reasonably want to do that? And yet, that is the effect of this overall budget of broken promises and the particular measure on national insurance contributions that we're looking at today. And no one has really explored where this came from, the genesis from it. And I think the genesis from it actually came because of a desire in the pre-election period to reassure those with long memories that Labour is not a party of growth. So, number one mission, economic growth. Reassure you, try to reassure the nation that they were on the side of business, economic growth. Mission number one, relax, we're on your side if you're an entrepreneur. And two, the other big fear about Labour governments over time is that they're going to come along and they're going to raise your taxes. So, therefore, they came out with very specific and oft-repeated pledges and promises again and again and again, Madam Chair, saying that they weren't going to raise this array of taxes, which included, of course, national insurance contributions. That's why Paul Johnson, as an independent commentator, said that he thought it was an absolutely clear breach of that pledge. But nonetheless, what the government then did coming into power was it said there was this 22 billion black hole. We've had colleagues opposite, members opposite, mentioning it again today. I think the honourable gentleman is notable by not doing so because he knows there's no substance to it. In fact, again, he can rectify. I'll let him do that. He can rectify that in a moment if he feels the need to for tribal loyalty. But again, I think it was the OBR said that there was nothing in their calculations that supported and validated, I think the word, they said they did not validate the so-called 22 billion black hole. Let me give way to the honourable gentleman there so he can rectify that omission.
Thank you, Madam. I think the phrase is damned by faint praise springs to mind. To be clear, I think the analysis of the Treasury and the Chancellor on the state that we found the public finances is absolutely accurate. And I think the remedies that we are taking, whilst unpalatable to some, are necessary. I just wish we were able to mitigate some of the worst aspects of it.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, and it's good of him to show that tribal loyalty. I mean, the OBR, he didn't criticise them, but they're the ones who said that they could not validate the so-called analysis. The 22 billion does not exist, and it's been quite clear from the OBR that that's true. But, Madam Chair, let us assume it was true. I mean, the government, I think, is spending, is it 1,270 billion this year? So let's assume there's 22 billion of the 1,270 it's spending this year. This gargantuan black hole actually had veracity, while it does not. Having gone to the lengths of forcing even someone as upfront and candid as the honourable gentleman to feel obliged under sort of tribal Labour rules to keep backing this, having established that, you think you could then come forward with a tax rise, if that's what you wanted to do all along, or indeed, let's give credit, perhaps it was as a result of coming in and finding things were much worse than was thought to be the case beforehand. What you'd want to do then is come up with a rational way of raising the funds with a minimum possible damage. In which case, if you're going to I would suggest it could be said to be a fib. But anyway, let's give it. Let's say the 22 billion black hole, and you need to fill it. Then come forward with sensible tax plans. Go forward, as the government has done. It's reneged on its pre-election promises. Why not renege and come forward with a sensible tax that doesn't disincentivise, particularly those who are furthest from the jobs market, because that's what this NIC does. The reduction to 5,000. We know it's particularly going to hurt people who are struggling to get back into work, perhaps after a mental health episode, perhaps because they're young and struggling to get into that market. Instead, the government has come up with, there may be worse taxes than the way this one works out, but it's I think 26 billion is the headline amount raised, and that's taken out of the economy. 76% of that will, in year 2 or 3, whichever it is, come out of wages. So by my rough arithmetic, that's about £19 billion that is going to come out of the paychecks. The very thing the government was trying desperately to avoid doing. So it's going to take 19 billion out of paychecks. And then, because of the reduction in investment, the reduction in employment, the reduction in profits resulting, it'll only net 16 billion. And then, Madam Chair, having got 16 billion, it then decided to compensate the public sector. And we know, because of the changes in what the OBR put out at the time of the election, it had to make a correction, because it had initially clearly been asked and told to allow another, I think it's 800 or 900 million for social care, recognising the issues which have been raised so powerfully by colleagues today. That was changed and removed. They had to make an amendment to their response. By the time you've taken off I think it rises to about 5 billion, doesn't it, the compensation for the public sector as currently restricted, it takes the net receipt to 10 or 11. So 26 billion hit on the economy, reduction in investment, higher interest rates, lower growth, all those aspects, 19 billion pounds removed from working people's pay packets, the people that I think in all, candour, members opposite believe that they were on the side of, and then it only nets 10 or 11 billion to spend on public services. It's truly a ruinous approach to raising the money. And having put so much political capital into making everyone on the other side, however naturally honest they are, say fibs about the 22 billion, they could at least have used that fig leaf to come up with a more sensible tax strategy. Instead, somehow, they pursue an untruth and then, nonetheless, come up with an idiotic and backward stance. And it's deeply damaging and regrettable. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He talks about a more sensible tax strategy. I think we all agree that the NIC contribution, particularly the hit to growth, is an extraordinarily bad idea. What would he suggest? Where would he raise that level of taxation from?
Well, there are so many places where they have spent it. I mean, having claimed this 22 billion black hole, we know they promptly agreed a 10 billion pay rise for their trade union backers. We see train drivers on over 60,000 a year getting £10,000 pay rises, while in talks for a 4-day week. Train drivers who are now not available for the holiday season because they're so awash with their back-rated pay that nobody wants to do any overtime. There are so many other areas. GB Energy. To do what? Invest in renewable energy. Well, I was the energy minister until April. There was no shortage of investment available for renewables in this country. It was, anyone who wants to point to the last year's failure to get offshore wind was because of the price window that we imposed. We didn't want to overpay for it. There was no shortage of appetite. And as was shown by this year, once the market, one of the reasons we moved to an annual programme of that was precisely to make sure that we didn't overpay, but could bring on board the renewables we want. But there's so many areas where they could not be spending the money that they have chosen to spend. But what I'd also say is, it's fundamental, and we need this conversation. My party needs this conversation, which is you have to. One of the things that makes the Conservatives the most successful democratic political party in history is of the entire Western world. I'm proud to say. Is that we do believe in trying to do proper analysis and in deferred gratification. What you have to do is you have to make sure that you have a growing private economy, because that is where wealth comes from. because if you allow the money to fructify in the hands of those who have created the wealth, then it will come back to the Treasury with interest duly later, as I think the Financial Secretary to Hong Kong said many years ago in rather more pithy terms than I have done now. So the most important thing is to live within your means, recognise the importance of feeding the private sector economy, because only the wealth from that can possibly allow you to deliver the kind of public services which all of us want. I support, Madam Chair, new Clause 1 because, as has been discussed and as the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central made clear, he has concerns about the impact of this, and I hope the Minister can acknowledge that the impact, at the very least, we should be looking back and checking that the impact of this is, hopefully, it'll be more akin to the growth producing, foundation fixing, black hole removing vision of the party opposite. But if, by any mischance, the combined set of parties on this side are right about its disastrous impact on the most vulnerable, the people furthest from the labour market, and the rest, we should find out the truth. And we can find out whether the Minister, or indeed his colleague further along the front bench, are correct. I also support Amendments 13 to 18 because the NHS, and that's the centrepiece of the tax raising and spending element of this budget, and funding which will be contributed towards by this national insurance contributions rise. The 22 or 20, I hear different numbers at different times, but I'll stick to 22. The 22 billion for the NHS, there are a couple of ways to sort out the problems, because it is entirely dependent upon the social care system, the hospice system, and ancillary services, including primary care, that make the NHS whole. In my area, when you go in your ambulance to Hull Royal Infirmary and it takes an hour or whatever to get the patient out and in, it's because you can't get the patients in the hospital out of the bed, even though they're ready to leave, into social care provision. And this provision is going to make that worse. So if it was wiring some of this funding over to it, or it was to implement the amendments which my honourable friend has suggested today, what I think we're all probing the government to do, and the Minister, who I believe is a decent and honourable man, is to look creatively at making sure that the misgivings of colleagues like the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central are listened to. I give way to the honourable lady.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. It's music to my ears to finally hear a Conservative Member of Parliament recognise the connection between NHS and social care. The honourable member will remember that a former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, stood on the steps of number 10 Downing Street and promised to fix social care for good. Could he let us know why they didn't?
Well, the honourable lady hasn't been in the House quite as long as I have, but I was first elected in 2005, and in that Parliament I spent a lot of time, mostly in Westminster Hall as I recall, in debates with then Labour ministers, talking about the importance of having a joined-up and coherent approach to National Health Service and social care. It is clearly fiendishly difficult because the coalition government, which her party was part, and then the Conservatives kept working at it. That is why we created and changed the name of the Health Department to the Department of Health and Social Care, precisely because of that. But it is challenging because of the fact that social care has been delivered through local authorities, but the opportunity is there before you fix all that wiring and complexity, which we working devotedly at. But even before you get that to completion, you can, via funding over or exempt these sectors upon which the NHS depends, because pouring the money into the Hull Royal Infirmary, while it is unable either to unload the patients to come in or get the healthier patients to come out, is a crazy approach, and I'm sure it's one that the Minister would recognise. But I wanted, Madam Chair, just to mention the particular impact on social care. I went last Friday to Merrywick Hall, which is a great example of a small family-run residential care home. There are 31 residents, are not all elderly. They all have learning disabilities, and some of them are elderly, making them doubly disadvantaged. Now, the home charges a basic rate of just £699 a week to care for those people, and their staff are stretched. And having met Katie, who runs the home, and her husband Carl, who oversees the finances, although it is owned by another, it was quite clear that they were not in the way I recognise as a former businessman running a business. They were running an institution absolutely committed to the welfare of the people within. And yet, between this jobs tax, which the Minister is foisting on us today, and the national minimum wage increase, they've been told to find an extra £56,000 a year, equivalent to the care cost of 1.5 residents. That's the reality. And the danger is, and that system and those places are very vulnerable. And if they go, they will have a massive knock-on effect on the rest of the system. But of course, I would hope members across the House would be less interested in the system, although it's our job to worry about it, and much more interested in the people. You couldn't get much more vulnerable people than people who are both elderly and have learning difficulties. I give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for making that point. And the way I've seen it described to me when it comes to social care and GPs is like Schrodinger's care, because they're seen by the state as being private, yet they're commissioned solely with the NHS, which means they're caught both dead and alive when it comes to an intervention like NICS. Now, either by design by the Treasury or by accident, this has happened. Now, the answer always comes forward from the Chancellor, the Prime Minister, the Health Secretary, and I expect the Minister to say funding will be done in the usual way. The problem is that's another 4 months into April. While decisions are being made now, there are closures potentially being made now, and certainly redundancies or not employment. How is that going to be addressed? And does he agree with me? The Minister needs to address that because these institutions are listening now and need to know that answer.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, who is, of course, himself a doctor. And I think this debate today, and we've had previous debate on second reading around this, it's good to encourage a discursive approach in this chamber. If we're to be valuable, I hope that we will continue to be gathered in this chamber and talking to each other and listening. Because the government, no one will think less of the government if it finds a way. Well, I think, I can't quite speak for the front bench, but I would certainly seek to give them some political cover if they were to find a way to ameliorate these impacts on the system, and most importantly, the human beings upon which the NHS rests. In 2021, the then Leader of the Opposition, the now Prime Minister, promised a plan, and I quote, to ensure that those with the broadest shoulders pay their fair share. And yet, what all the analysis shows, and it's available to all the members opposite to read it, it's going to be those with least who are going to pay the highest price of this particular measure. Another example I would give from my constituency, Madam Chair, is HICA, a large not-for-profit provider of social care homes and in-home care. And it's a brilliant organisation that has had the same chief executive for the last 5 years, finally was getting to having a surplus so it could invest back in its stock, some of which is almost as old as me, and into giving its staff something above the national minimum wage. But now, with the changes in this budget, they face a bill of £3.5 million, more than offsetting any hope of a surplus with which they desperately need to invest in their people and in their stock. And this money is going to be taken away from that really good social purpose in my local area, and instead will go into the Chancellor's mythical black hole, the payment of additional sums almost greater than the total income of many pensioners in pay rises to train drivers while they pay their union fees, so that the Labour Party can carry on coming in this chamber and, Madam Chair, all too rarely mention the sponsorship which they receive from the people, which dictates so much of which they share with us, the honourable gentleman aside. But can I, finally, Madam Chair, just say to the House and colleagues opposite, and it's interesting in these debates just how few members of the, is it over 400? You can all cheer now on the other side of the House, how many Labour MPs there are, just how few want to come in and defend these particular measures. It was brave of the honourable member for Hexham, who looked like a little world-weary. I think he has been going out and about in his constituency, in which case I'm sure he's hearing the same thing as me, but a little bit more angrily because he's responsible for it. But members opposite are not here, but I would appeal to them to seek change. When the 2012 budget, crudely and rudely called the omni-shambles budget of 2012, of then George Osborne, one of the measures they had there was to bring in VAT, and the Treasury civil servants, they love dusting these things off. They hate an anomaly more than anything, and they wanted to impose a 20% VAT rate on static caravans, the very caravans that ordinary working people use to have a holiday in a holiday home on the coast. And I just wanted to share, Madam Deputy Speaker, without making, I didn't run my campaign alongside colleagues in the press, but I did build up on my side of the House, including then the coalition members, colleagues who realised how damaging that measure would be for jobs in their area, for the holiday opportunities of ordinary working people, of an industry that was 95% manufactured in the UK. And little by little, people told me it's impossible. It's been announced in a budget. You cannot overturn a budget measure. Well, Madam Chair, you and I, having been here some time, know that's not true. Politics is a matter of arithmetic. If you can build enough colleagues on that side of the chamber, don't need to do it publicly, don't need to tell us about it, then you have every chance of going in when the whips and ministers start getting spooked when 15 of you turn up. If you can start to get 30 or 40, you can make a change. So don't feel powerless on that side of the chamber. The government could make changes to this. It could move 3 or 4 billion over to social care, hospices, GPs and the like. It could follow our amendments. It could come up with some other solution. They have the power to do it. It is stubbornness and a certain, perhaps because of the size of their majority, arrogance which has crept in. But members opposite who are going out, unlike perhaps ministers, more frequently talking to their own constituents, will be in a great position to tell ministers that up with this they will not put. But I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way again. He's been very generous. He is encouraging the government to ameliorate the position. Would he agree with me that there is one very clear way of doing that today, and that is for members on all benches to vote for the Liberal Democrat Amendment number 1 to exclude all GPs, dentists, hospices and charitable health and social care providers from this next tax increase?
Well, Liberal Democrats did do remarkably well on the back pretty much of sewage at the election, so I pay tribute to, between water stunts and sewage, a record number of Liberal Democrats have been returned. But I'm pleased to say that the Conservative Party remains His Majesty's opposition, and therefore I would urge the Honourable Lady and her colleagues to support Amendments 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18 and new Clause 1, and she will find that exactly the same is achieved, but with the backing of His Majesty's opposition. And with that, Madam Chair, I will close.
Creasy. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank, first of all, the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury for all his work on this bill. The burden of tax has fallen disproportionately on the shoulders of working people for too long. Families across the country, and in my constituency of Harlow, already battling the cost of living crisis, have been left to carry the weight, while larger businesses and the wealthiest have been let off far too lightly. That cannot continue. This Labour government believes in a fairer tax system where larger businesses and the richest will pay a little more in a tax to help fund our NHS, to fund our public services and to fund the services that working people rely on. That is the right and fair choice. The Tory record on investment in NHS is terrible, and I can see that in my constituency, in my hospital, Princess Alexandra Hospital, which, despite being on one of the list of one of the 40 new hospitals proposed by the previous government, it turned out when we came to power that that money wasn't there. And I thank the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care for constantly being followed around the palace by me, lobbying on that point. The decision on employer national insurance is a difficult one, but it is the right choice. We knew waking up on July the 5th there was going to be these difficult decisions, but in the long run, we really will see that that being tough now can affect on real change in the future. And it's not left unnoticed that small businesses and charities who form the backbone of our local economy need to be protected and valued. And here are a few things that the Labour government are doing to do just that. We've increased the employment allowance to £10,500 and expanded this to all eligible employers. As a result of this, we will see two remarkable things. The OBR expects 250,000 employers to benefit from these changes, and an additional 820,000 employers will see no change at all. We are seeking to strike a balance. It was mentioned Small Business Saturday by another member. I actually visited a wonderful local charity called Stork Valley Gifting, a brilliant local business which source other local produce and put them into hampers. And at this point, I have to declare an interest because that is where I'm doing my Christmas shopping this year. But I would add that my predecessor, Robert Halfon, did the same thing. We also recognise the vital role played by public sector employees, our schools, our hospitals, our councils. That is why I've committed to providing the support for additional employer NIC costs, ensuring our public services remain resilient and well-resourced, not just for today, but for future generations as well. We can protect working people while making the wealthiest contribute their fair share, all contributing our fair share. Everyone from every walk of life is included as these decisions are being debated and made. We can choose to invest in our NHS and our public services. We can choose growth and fairness. We can choose to rebuild the future for generations to come, not the instability that has held our country back for too long. In closing, Madam Chair, if we want the benefits of this budget, the hard decisions to get there must be made. Thank you.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak today in defence of Scotland's NHS, including GPs and hospices, care homes and nurseries from this Labour Government's national insurance tax hike, as well as moving to protect the charity and higher education sectors. I'm proud of the amendments the SNP have tabled to this bill to protect vital services from the national insurance increase contributions that are being put forward by the Government. Fears are genuine and escalating over job cuts and service reductions that will be the inevitable and plain and simple consequence of this fiscal madness. We in the SNP have consistently highlighted the brutal impact that Labour's tax rises will have on GPs, charities, care homes and other sectors, with organisations warning that deep cuts will be made to the services that they provide, vital services that are no less essential for communities and individuals than the services they receive in secondary care, just because they're received in the community and by a charity. That's why we've tabled amendments 4, 5, 6 and 26, Madam Chair, in my name and the name of SNP colleagues. Last month, on higher education, the University of Edinburgh was reported to have opened a redundancy process for staff as a result of Labour's tax hike. And Universities Scotland is warning of a potential £45 million tax burden for Scottish universities. Yet again, we see key sectors of the Scottish economy hammered by a London Treasury out of touch, out of ideas, and if this goes through, demonstrably out of control. Higher education, agriculture and oil and gas are all demonstrably larger elements of the Scottish economy than they are of the English or UK economy. And this Government, with ENICs and with other specific tax increases or allowance removals, are hammering particularly important elements of the Scottish economy. As usual, what England wants, Scotland gets. The Labour Government's national insurance increase will be a disaster for Scotland's healthcare providers, voluntary organisations, nurseries, our universities and colleges. But who on the benches opposite, Madam Chair, has come along to speak up for those organisations in Scotland? Nobody, not one Labour Scottish MP made a speech in this to protect Scotland's interests. But Labour MPs from Scotland were there to nod through and vote through the cut to the winter fuel payment, freezing Scotland's pensioners, Labour's bedroom tax entrenching poverty in Scotland, Labour's two-child limit punishing the poorest in Scotland, taxing Scotland's oil and gas sector to the brink of extinction, attacking Scottish agriculture and gouging Scotch whisky. They were all here to make sure that happened and speak to that. So I'll leave the people of Scotland to draw their own conclusions from that particular lack of activity from Scottish Labour MPs. I will, of course, give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. When did the SNP do an about-turn on Scottish oil and gas? Because as far as I could tell, they seemed as opposed to its continuation as the Labour Party is now in government.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I refer him to Hansard from the previous Parliament, where the comments that I've just made are entirely consistent with the comments I made in the last parliamentary term. With each day that passes, the more we learn of the damage Labour's budget will inflict on household bills, businesses and charities. Yet despite these warnings, the Labour Government is determined not to listen and is ploughing ahead with this devastating proposal. The SNP will always stand up and protect Scottish jobs, Scottish services and Scotland's people. That's reflected in John Swinney's budget, a balanced budget, Madam Chair, in the interests of the people of Scotland and of the businesses of Scotland. That's the SNP way. We've done it this year, and we've done it every one of the 17 previous years that we've been in the Scottish Government. Does the UK Government understand how commissioned services work? We've heard this quite a lot this afternoon, and it's becoming increasingly clear that they have at best a sketchy understanding of why vital services are provided by non-statutory service providers. Because what's going to happen when this unwinds into the real economy is that charities and GP surgeries, hospices and other vital elements of healthcare provision, they don't have reserves. They're already operating at the very margins of financial sustainability. So when the sums don't add up, they'll have two choices. They'll approach the commissioning authority who's commissioned their services to ask for an uplift in their fees. And the answer will be no, because the money isn't there, or they'll withdraw their services or draw down their services. Either way, it's going to be enormously challenging, extremely damaging for some of the most vulnerable in our society. I'm very happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and he makes a very powerful speech. The party opposite have said in the main that it's the right choice to increase NICs. Like Scotland, Northern Ireland's health and social care will be hardest hit. The Northern Ireland Children's Hospice have estimated that £500,000 will be needed to cope with the next increase for them. This is a hospice that provides care for the most vulnerable in our society, children with cancer, children with life-limiting conditions. Would he agree with me that this will see the end of these excellent services that are much needed in our communities?
I agree entirely with the honourable member. There's no road back from this, because the difficulty that I implore the government to pay attention to is that when the damage that will be inflicted by this measure is inflicted by this measure, you can't just say, whoops, we got that wrong. If you wouldn't all mind coming back and start delivering these commissioned services, we'll admit that we got it wrong. When it's gone, and it's not acceptable that the government is playing fast and loose with the safety net that exists in our communities and in our society that catch the very most vulnerable people from absolute chaos. And that's exactly what the government is doing. But they shouldn't take the Honourable Lady's word for it, Madam Chair, or my word for it. We can listen to people right on the cold face of this. And this is primary evidence from the Scottish Huntingtons Association, who say the entire charity sector is increasingly burdened by climbing costs, funding issues, recruitment and retention challenges, and an increased demand for services. All too many have already had to close their doors, with more expected to follow. Additional burdens being imposed by government at this juncture are deeply unhelpful. Coming just weeks after the Prime Minister announced a new partnership that can harness civil society's full potential, this must surely be an unfortunate oversight, and one that simply cannot be allowed to stand, given the scale of its implications for the not-for-profit sector and the many thousands of people who depend on it in the absence of alternative statutory services. But it's not just them either. Turning Point Scotland have advised that this will add 1.1 million to their costs overnight. And it comes at a time of pressure and in a pressured environment where many of their services are already running at a deficit. This is true for the voluntary sector, but also the nursery sector and the college sector. But on that healthcare point, I do wonder if the government understands the concept of whole system costs. Because as I've set out, and many other honourable and right honourable members have set out, when these charities fold, as many of them will, the services that they were providing will no longer be there. And who's going to provide that care? It's the care provider of last resort, secondary care. They'll present at hospital where there will be no room. It will be chaotic, but in a purely treasury and fiscal sense, it will be an extremely expensive form of chaos that the government, through the whole system paradigm, will need to pick up the costs for. And I'm not certain that the Minister has been properly briefed by his Treasury officials to see what the risk assessment actually says about when this heads south, what will the human and financial cost be of this change. This is what happens, Madam Chair, when the Chancellor treats the real economy as her own personal political piggy bank. You can't fix this once it's been broken. And the truth of it is, and I have some sympathy for the Minister in this, we've heard, and I won't repeat, that the headline figure, the gross quantum that this government anticipates generating by this lowering of the threshold and increasing of the rates of employers' national insurance, by the time that everybody who's in a position to adjust their business and their employment characteristics to accommodate for it, by the time all those adjustments have been made, by the time they've compensated elements of the public sector, you're already down to, and by the time the economy is contracted to accommodate it, you're already down from about 25-something billion to 10-odd billion. So that's a lot of pain to accept to get a gain of 10 million. And if they were to exclude and make provisions for hospices, nurseries, the voluntary sector more generally, universities, it would reduce that 10 million to an absolutely embarrassingly small figure. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I encourage them nevertheless to have the courage of their convictions and to put the interests of the people of these islands first, rather than the political expediency of carrying headlong running towards a cliff edge that's as plain as the nose on the end of your face and just jumping over it anyway because you'll save face. Because they won't save face. There's no escape from the corner they've painted themselves into. They can either U-turn and incur the political costs, which I would suggest, given that they're just in the door. They should be at the height of their political powers. If this is the height of the political powers, then goodness me. Or they can carry on regardless and pick up the pieces of the chaos that will be wrought across the sector. And I wish to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, just to point one thing out, that this incompetence, for it is incompetence, it didn't start when they walked through the doors of number 10 and 11. It started back in the election campaign when they proscribed the use of the single biggest lever in the Treasury's toolkit to get additional funding. And they said they wouldn't increase income tax on ordinary working people, despite the fact that with these measures they're going to be taking opportunities, financial and actually money, off people through payroll changes anyway. It's smoke and mirrors. But by painting themselves into that corner on income tax, they have created this situation where they're going to have to do the most damaging tax intervention possible that is entirely contrary to their stated ambition of generating growth. And quite a lot of members opposite have been like, well, it's all well listening to the opposition. What would you do? Well, I'll give you two really easy things that you could have done. If you'd mirrored the income tax thresholds that the Scottish Government, sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, they had mirrored the income tax thresholds that the Scottish Government have introduced, then they would have generated 19 billion. Wouldn't have had a single impediment on the real economy, wouldn't have choked off growth, and wouldn't have put primary care on the precipice. So they could have done that. Or, if they thought they could get by on less than 19 billion, and they're going to have to, because they're going to have to get by on less than 10 billion from this measure, they could have just reversed the previous government's 2 cuts to employees' national insurance, which, judging by the arithmetic in this place, they didn't exactly get a brilliant political return on that investment by cutting employees' national insurance twice in 2 quarters of one financial year. So they could have done that. That would have netted 10 billion, which is roughly where they are on aggregate now. But no, they didn't want to do that, and they refused to do so. So I say to the Minister, if he wins today, then everybody else loses. And I hope he's got a great story to tell when he gets to his feet to sum up, to protect what many members in this chamber of today painted a very, very bleak picture, particularly in social care, if this goes ahead today.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The crux of the debate today is an interplay between our objectives and missions as a new government and our inheritance from the previous government. It's about the choices we've taken to achieve our objectives while mitigating and navigating the dire inheritance we received. So first, on our objectives, they were clearly stated to the British people in July in our manifesto, and I quote, "To begin the work of national renewal, a rebuilding of our country so that it once again serves the interests of working people." Secondly, the previous administration bequeathed us the following: the highest tax burden on working people since the Second World War, an economy built on weak foundations with little or no industrial strategy, low productivity, low investment, and low strategic vision. Public services were on their knees, cut to the core, Staff undervalued, underpaid, but overburdened due to the government's failure, the previous government's failure. And after the cuts and chaos came that cut-and-run election. Unfunded spending commitments and, yes, a 22 billion black hole. So to the choice that we face. The people resoundingly rejected a return to the chaos and the cuts of the previous administration. And we rejected making further cuts to services when people who voted in that election need those services so desperately. We rejected insulting people by increasing taxes in their pay packets after those dark, high-tax Tory days. We rejected increasing borrowing. We're keeping it under control with our stability rule to bring the current budget into balance, so we won't borrow to fund day-to-day spending. Therefore, we've had to take difficult choices. Some groups are having to contribute more, and this is never popular. We're asking employers, not employees, to contribute more. But we fully recognise the need to protect the smallest businesses and charities. We have more than doubled the employment allowance to £10,500 and expanded this to all eligible employers, including charities. The OBR expects 250,000 employers to gain and an additional 820,000 to see no change. This change that we're debating today should be seen in the context of the overall budget, a budget of huge long-term investment in our economy, in setting the right environment for better jobs, more opportunities for businesses, stronger public services, and a more confident, optimistic future, particularly for our young people. The last government was very good at some things, at kicking the can down the road, at finding carpets and sweeping things underneath them, at making promises while dressed in the emperor's new clothes. And this opposition is good at crying crocodile tears about the changes that we're making and wanting to have its cake and to eat it. They seem to want all the benefits but not to say how they're going to pay for them. And that's not this government's approach. Madam Chair, what is proposed today is reasonable and proportionate. It's necessary given our objectives and the inheritance that we received. And it's part of a transformational budget that will put the economy, our public services and our country on a proper footing for a fairer and more prosperous future for the people of our country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refer my members to my registered interest as an optometrist. I speak on Amendment 7 in my name, which calls for GP surgeries, pharmacists, and often forgotten profession of optometrists and other health professionals to be excluded from the national insurance rise, along with charities with fewer than 50 employees. Firstly, with pharmacists, we see the overstrain and burden on our GP services, which has been taken over fantastically by the Pharmacy First programme. However, according to the National Pharmacy Association, they have voted for action which could include reducing opening hours in response to the increased costs caused by the national insurance hike. This is going to cost each pharmacy business an estimated £12,000. This is absolutely unattainable for many pharmacists that I speak to. Secondly, my constituency of Leicester South has the second highest ratio of patients to GP, 3,260 patients to a single GP. This already overburdened service is going to be hit even further with this rise in the national insurance, with the Royal College of General Practitioners warning back in November that the national insurance hike risked GP practices making redundancies or even closures. And nearly 450 GP practices have already closed or merged since 2018, according to a survey by the GP's Journal Pulse. We are simply in an unattainable state in the National Health Service and healthcare workers. Pharmacists, dentists and optometrists employ their professional staff. Many people I have spoken to are now going to include removing employment and bringing in locums. I would like to ask the Minister if any impact statement has been made on the loss of earnings from employed staff to locum staff. Primary care services are the bedrock of the NHS, and many are on a financial tightrope due to years of already austerity. The national insurance hike will see many community GPs, pharmacists and optical health facilities reduce services or completely close down. I certainly will.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for giving way. GPs, like those in the Twyford surgery in my constituency, have made clear that employers' national insurance contributions increases will impact their budgets. They urgently need clarity to determine what they can provide for my constituents and whether they will be forced to make some redundancies. Does the honourable member agree that the government need to provide certainty for GPs and whether they will receive funding for national insurance increases and to not abandon them like they were by the previous government?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I totally agree that the GP services are already on their knees, and this is going to further increase their despondency and is not going to give them any confidence whatsoever. So that is one issue. The second part is obviously, as been mentioned by many members here, are our charities. I don't think there'll be a single member in this House who hasn't posed in front of a charity for a photo for their social media or for the work that they do. In my small time in this profession, I have seen that this country is virtually run by our charities. But every single year they have to jump through fire hoops just to make ends meet. They're having to prove their worth and having to look for funding every year, living virtually hand to mouth. This is going to be the final nail in their coffin for many charities providing vital work for our communities. There's so many I could mention, but I'm just going to mention one. And that is a charity in my constituency called Jasmine House. They provide vital support for women who have been victims of sexual violence. We already know the dire state of the judicial system, where women who have been raped having to wait up to 5 or maybe sometimes 7 years for justice. What this home does is give them much needed psychological and emotional support. They have a 2-year waiting list already. This rise in national insurance is going to completely destroy this charity and many more like it up and down the country. And that is why I urge the government to rethink this disastrous policy and accept my amendment. Thank you.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to speak once more on this critically important bill after an excellent debate at second reading several weeks ago. And I don't wish, as we had a chance to do then, to rehearse the entire debate about national insurance charges, but I do wish to raise a few points about the bill and why it's necessary. As we've discussed at some length, this government has inherited a set of public finances in a parlous state and public services that weren't delivering what residents in my Dartford constituency and those across England and the UK generally need from them. Yet I don't think the party opposite, in their contributions today or in that second reading debate, have yet really accepted what that legacy is. I think in the 5 stages of grieving, we're still in denial. Yeah. When they left office, and it's painful to repeat these statistics, the NHS waiting lists were at 7.6 million, with 300,000 people waiting longer than a year for treatment. Waiting lists which were already growing pre-pandemic, with the number of people referred but waiting for treatment doubling between 2010 and 2019. On crime and community safety, neighbourhood policing was decimated, PCSO numbers were halved, the number of arrests has halved since 2010, including sharp drops for thefts, and perhaps most concerningly, we face a real crisis in our prisons. The National Audit Office recently confirmed, quote, "The current crisis in the prison estate is a consequence of the previous government's failure to align criminal justice policies with funding for the prison estate. leading to reactive solutions which represent poor value for money. That is as close as the National Audit Office ever get to saying, you wasted money. They also spent a whopping £715 million on their Rwanda gimmick over 2 years in exchange for a sum total of 4 voluntary departures. Madam Chair, that is the legacy of the party opposite, yet they still refuse to acknowledge their mistakes. They vote against every measure, including the national insurance changes, to raise crucial funding to fix the problems they left behind, without ever saying which investments in public services they would scrap. And I have to say, a long and entertaining speech at times from the member for Beverley and Holderness, in which he rehearsed the greatest hits of the previous government, including the omnishambles budget, seemed to feature very strongly. But his speech was fatally held below the waterline by his inability to answer that one simple question from a member opposite: what would you do instead? And we got a lot of flannel about train drivers. That was it, basically. I'm happy to give way.
To the honourable gentleman, I talked about the need for fiscal discipline, one element of which at least 12 billion savings to be taken out of the benefits system, because we cannot have the continuation of more and more of us out of work and more of us out of the workforce. So, but most importantly, as I think I also said in my speech, we have to grow the economy first, because it's the only way you sustain it. And this budget had the opposite effect as the OBR laid out.
May I just remind members that this is about committee stage, about national insurance contributions. Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and can I thank the honourable member for his comments. He praised the Conservative Party as the most successful party in Western democracy because it always took a pragmatic and hard-headed view of things like public finances. I'm afraid he's just revealed why the Conservative Party is no longer in government. None of what he said added up. The £12 billion of savings that we were repeatedly promised when he was in government, in welfare, they were never realised. And none of what the party has proposed since makes those numbers any more likely to be successful. It's very interesting, Madam Chair, to note that The Guardian this week reported on a poll of 5,000 voters by the University of Bristol, a large sample, which found that less than a quarter of respondents thought that the changes to tax announced at the budget were not necessary. Nearly 50% of people in that poll thought they were necessary. So the British people, showing admirable common sense, understand the steps which need to be taken to address our country's problems. And the party opposite, based on that polling, the kindest thing you could say about them is that they are out of touch. And indeed, we have a leader of the opposition who we learned this week is apparently even toying with the idea of a flat tax, a big gift to the already wealthy. One that, according to the estimates from the Tax Policy Associates, would see average earners pay £1,200 a year more, and those earning above £200,000 a year would pay £30,000 a year less. This Labour government...
The honourable gentleman is making a very interesting speech. However, can I just remind members that in order to be in scope for the debate, the majority of remarks need to be addressing the issue in front of us, which is national insurance contributions.
Thank you.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that advice. And I'm just closing. The Labour government is taking tough choices in raising national insurance to fix our public finances. As I said at second reading, this bill is a crucial part of our plan to fix the foundations of this country and provides a major part of the funding needed to fix our public services after 14 years of decline under the previous government.
Jim Allister.
Madam Chair. When we talk about national insurance, it's easy to forget that it's only one part of the tax burden placed upon employers. But within the matrix of tax, the reach of national insurance that has been delivered by this change is truly quite shocking. And that is particularly so in the reduction of the threshold to £5,000. That means there's not a single person, I suspect, who goes to a part-time job who now their employer will not be paying 15% national insurance, which makes the viability of that job, before you even come to the viability of the business that they're working to, it makes it questionable. To reduce the threshold by that amount is the most punitive part, I think, of this measure. And it's not even tempered as it could have been by having a phased reduction so that you didn't pay 15%, you paid a lesser amount, like 5%, if you were reducing the threshold to £5,000. And that is, as I say, excessively punitive, and will hit many small businesses in everyone's constituency, including mine. I think of small businesses throughout North Antrim who employ 6, 7, 8, 10 people who maybe stretch to take on an extra worker. They'll not be stretching anymore. They'll be stretching the other way, because the consequence of that is putting them over the edge in terms of what is affordable. But it's not just small businesses. It's a vast swathe of a critical factor that keeps our society in operation. Our community and voluntary sector are going to be amongst those most cruelly affected by this. And particularly those who are often doing the job of government, delivering services in our community. They are going to bear it unabated by any assistance such as the public sector will have. I was interested to receive and to read the report from the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action, and they are very clear that whereas the public sector organisations will have their budgets on this aspect reimbursed, voluntary and community sectors, organisations that will not have the same protection, they will have to absorb the budget increase. And yet those, as I've said, are many of the voluntary and community sectors who are delivering services on behalf of government. So the public sector gets matters ameliorated for them, but those who are delivering services for government in the voluntary and community sector will not. That will not just have an effect on those organisations, but on the services they deliver, and therefore upon all our constituents to whom those services are delivered. And when you ally that with the fact that at the same time along comes the increase in the living wage, then you have that double whammy of 15% on your national insurance and the increase in living wage. So the two together are the very thing which are going to produce a very negative outcome. And another sector, the hospitality sector in my constituency, has drawn attention to the fact that they, who already run on relatively small margins, who employ a lot of part-time people, who are now going to fall within the ambit of employers' national insurance, are going to find that that, along with the living wage increase, is going to impose a huge burden. Their organisation has suggested, with the living wage increases and with the national insurance increases, it's going to add £2,500 a year for every employee. Now, what business, in current circumstances, can simply shrug that off and carry on unaffected? Very few indeed. So the consequences are going to be very substantial, and they're going to be those which affect many small businesses, be it the butchers in our high street, our community services provided by voluntary organisations, our doctors, our dentists. Our dentists are already under huge pressure, many of them giving up National Health Service provision. Why? Because they can't make ends meet. And then government comes along and puts this burden upon them. So I do say to the government, yes, you have the numbers, which means you can close your ears to all of this. You can impose this if you will, but in imposing it, you will do irreparable damage to those you say you care about. And this is a wake-up moment. If the government cares about ordinary people, because it's ordinary people whose jobs are going to be lost, if the government truly cares about ordinary people who are going to be affected by this, and about ordinary businesses, which are not rolling in riches, but are making ends meet, then this is an issue that the government needs to find a way to readdress and bring back some viability going forward for those businesses.
I call John Grady.
Madam Chair. Like many in this side of this House, I spent many years of my career in business, in my case as a lawyer. I have worked with some of the largest companies investing in the United Kingdom and some of the smallest companies in the United Kingdom, charities, third sector organisations and others. And what they value most of all is economic stability. What they don't value is huge increases in interest rates overnight and rampant inflation. And I understand how important it is to investors to ensure that the public finances are managed in a prudent way, which embraces and faces into the realities we face. And this is the foundation of this budget, Madam Chair, and this, of course, is the foundation of our approach to the difficult decisions the Right Honourable Chancellor has taken on national insurance contributions. Now, a number of the parties opposite criticise, and the Conservatives criticise in particular, that they broke Britain's economy, and we are left to clean up their mess. There's nothing clever or great about promising hospital after hospital being built and not having the funds to cover it. This is the politics of the Santa Claus letter. The budget delivered by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, delivers on our commitments to the electorate. It puts an end to non-dom tax status. It gets rid of the VAT exemption on private school fees to fund state schools such as in Glasgow, and the national insurance contributions are also an important part of that financial package. It delivers a fairer, more sustainable tax system. And under the previous government, the tax burden was placed mainly on the shoulders of working people. And we heard from my friend, the member for Angus and the Perthshire Glens, a beautiful constituency, but that is precisely what the SNP are fans of, increasing income tax and national insurance on working people. We've seen that in Scotland time and time again. The tax burden working people face is absolutely enormous. If you work in Newcastle and you want to move to Edinburgh, you will pay more tax to work in the NHS in Edinburgh. If that's supporting Scotland, well, who knows? We are delivering on our promise not to raise taxes on working people. I'd like to make some progress, if I may. I've been waiting a long time. Our plans will not see additional taxes coming out of us workers' pay slip. And we are supporting small businesses by doubling the employment allowance before companies and charities have to pay national insurance, protecting hundreds of thousands of employers from paying any national insurance at all. Changes to the employment allowance means that the OBR expects 250,000 employers across the UK to gain from these changes, and an additional 820,000 or so will see no change. This means around half of all businesses who are liable for national insurance will pay the same or less. Against that background, many businesses and charities in Scotland and in Glasgow will be protected against the increase. This strikes a fair balance. Now, as a Scottish MP, I must turn to Scotland. The context for this national insurance rise is around 1 in 6 Scots are on waiting lists for the I was contacted on a Friday evening a few weeks ago by a constituent whose wife was in hospital but had been married for around 40 years. He was petrified and devastated because there was no bed for his wife of 40 or so years after she'd had a stroke. That's the context of this national insurance rise. It is correct to raise taxes to invest in our health service, and that is the beginning and the end of it in many ways. In Glasgow this year, 172 teaching posts have been removed. That is the context of this national insurance rise. Our budget delivered the largest settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. £4.9 billion of additional funding and additional funding to cover the national insurance rise over the next 2 years. A UK government delivering for Scotland and giving the SNP the tools to clean up its mess. The changes to national insurance are critical to this additional funding, which will benefit the people, charities and businesses of Glasgow and Scotland. Despite this, the SNP repeatedly criticise our budget and our management of the public finances. This is, like some say of Christmas dinner, somewhat rich coming from the Scottish National Party. After almost 18 years of the SNP government in Holyrood, public finances are a catastrophic mess. A simple example: the replacement Arran ferries are hundreds of millions of pounds over budget and years late, making lives miserable for people trying to get from Arran and damaging the tourist industry. Madam Chair, I would simply say this: it would be unwise to choose Rod Stewart's "We Are Sailing" for the SNP Christmas karaoke, because no one is sailing under the Scottish Government's appalling management of the economy. The SNP, Madam Chair, have criticised our choices. This government has not been in power for even 6 months. The Tories were in power for 14 years, and the SNP have been in power for over 17 and a half years. On any view, the criticism of our budget after nearly 6 months defies logic, and the defiance of logic does not end there. The Conservatives criticise our choices, but they do not say what they'll do instead. And they have a shopping list of additional spending commitments, but they simply do not explain how they will tax it. How will they tax or fund those spending commitments? This is not serious, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are having to make difficult decisions. The government is asking employers to contribute more. This will enable investment in public services, which is good for employers. We are being straightforward about the choice of, as regards public finances, spending, tax and national insurance. I say to the members' offices, cakeism is for Christmas. It is not an approach for a serious government or a serious opposition. The job of a serious government is making serious choices to progress the country and to allow us to invest in our public services. I'm obliged, Madam Chair.
I call Joe Robertson.
Madam Chair, thank you. On health and social care, the government knew that the provisions by raising national insurance contributions in the budget, they knew those provisions would be devastating for health and social care. That's why they exempted the NHS. They exempted the NHS because they knew the acute pressures that would be put on by budget provisions. But they didn't exempt some of the key partners that deliver both health and social care in this country. Those key partners they will rely on to move people out of acute into community, to achieve prevention rather than cure, all the things their Secretary of State for Health and Social Care says he wants to do. They will rely on GPs, on pharmacies, on hospices, on social care. Yet the national insurance contributions fall on them. Hospices will pay £260 million. Pharmacists, according to Pharmacy UK, will pay £50 million. Social care will pay £2.4 billion. And all of this money will move across to NHS, which is largely slanted towards acute provision. So it runs completely contrary to what the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care says he wants to do. And his solution, his answer for those GPs who are deeply concerned, for those pharmacists who are deeply concerned, for the hospices who are deeply concerned, we'll deal with this in due course. Due course, Madam Chair, are words for we have absolutely no idea and no plan at all. And he says, and indeed Treasury spokespeople say, that they will deal with hospices in the usual contracting way. Well, hospices like Mountbatten in just outside my constituency on the Isle of Wight, their contracts are with the Integrated Care Board. They do not have a contract with government or Department of Health or an NHS employer. And the way their contracts usually operate is there is no clause in that contract for uplift, for salary, or for recovering increased costs for national insurance contributions. So by simply saying we will deal with it in the usual way through contracting, either shows a complete lack of understanding of how hospice services are contracted with the public sector, or it shows a complete indifference and disregard and, frankly, contempt. On other sectors within the economy, this hits those who employ people, those sectors that rely on larger workforces, like hospitality and tourism, which my constituency on the Isle of Wight is so heavily reliant on. It is a tax on working people because you are disincentivising employing working people, and even the OBR says that there is likely to be 60% of the impact of this provision felt on lower wages. The OBR also says that growth will peak next year at 2%. In fact, it's the Treasury's own figures, and then fall away for the rest of the decade. This is not a growth budget. But for those who are working in hospitality and tourism, many are seasonal workers, many are part-time workers. For the first time, they will be brought into the national insurance tax regime. And brilliant businesses in my constituency, like the Yarborough Inn at Brading and like the Spyglass Inn at Ventnor, and like all the independent hotels in Sandown and Shanklin and elsewhere, are squeezed further right at a time where they're trying to recover from COVID, right at a time when our tourism and hospitality is competing with cheaper overseas holidays. And on a sector which is already heavily taxed compared to hospitality and tourism elsewhere in Europe, it is an unpatriotic tax because it disincentivises the visitor economy and tourism here in Britain. So I urge the government to go back and look again at how it can provide some relief to hospitality and tourism, as well as health and social care. As my right honourable friend, the member for Beverley and Holderness, said earlier, there is no shame on the government recognising its mistakes in both of those sectors and coming up with genuine relief for health, social care, tourism, hospitality.
Dan Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I very much welcome the chance to speak in this debate. It's a very important topic, and members on all sides of the House will be glad to know, I'm sure this is my first speech that hasn't been subject to a time limit, so I can speak for as long as is humanly possible on the intricacies and joys of national insurance contributions, and I hope to make sure I say on the topic at hand. Not having a time limit also gives me the chance to make a great parliamentary speech on such an important debate. We all know what good speeches look like, not a simple list of points reeled off in order, but maybe great rhetorical flourish, the use of the English language in its finest and nuanced arguments. But, Madam Chair, I will be making 6 simple points in a list form in favour of the national insurance changes that are before us today. I missed my opportunity, but maybe I'll make it in the future. These changes are incredibly important, And I actually urge members on the opposite side of the House to vote with the government today against the amendments that are coming forward so that we can get the changes that we need in our country. The first reason why I think these changes are important and sensible is that they will mean that we on this side of the House and this government will stick to the pledges that we set out in the election campaign, making sure that our pledges not to increase taxes on working people are kept to. I think it's very important that we rebuild trust in our politics after it's fallen to a record low, and I know this is contested in this House, but on this side we are very clear that these changes, the specific changes that we have made, do protect working people's pay slips and mean that we don't make changes that others have suggested on income tax and value-added tax. Trust in our politics is very important. Madam Chair, the second reason why I would encourage members to vote with the government tonight is that these changes provide vital funding for our public services. I'm not too sure, and I'd be interested to know from members from the Conservative Party whether they have said they do support the additional funding for the public services or not. But if they do support it, and I did say this, so I'm a bit like a broken record in the previous debate on this topic, on this bill, but if they do support the additional funding, then I'm interested to know whether it's additional borrowing or different tax rises that they would like to make. Yep. And that's fantastic. That I haven't even heard his request to give way, the member's request to give way, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I'll happily take it.
I can offer the honourable member a solution for growing the tax base. Grow the economy. That is by far the best way of increasing the tax take. This budget does not grow the economy. That's the problem.
Thank you to the honourable member for his intervention. I'll come on to growth. It's the 6th point on my very exciting list. But I will just say that specifically this budget shows growth increased in the short term, broadly unchanged over the forecast period, and then in the long term, the increased public sector investment that we're making, the OBR say it will lead to a small but significant in these terms increase in growth in the long run. But I thank him for his intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree with him that we need economic growth in this country. I think it's very important, though, that we do provide the revenue to fund our public services. I won't repeat the arguments made by members on this side of the House. They've been convincing and powerful around the broken nature of our public services. Policing locally in Chipping Barnet is really struggling. 100,000 people on the waiting list, Madam Chair, in the Royal Free Trust area waiting to be seen by our local hospital, and we do need to provide that funding in a sustainable way. The third reason to vote with the government tonight on this exciting list is that these changes provide stability. And we all know that we need economic stability. It's the foundation of the economic growth that the member opposite just made an important intervention on. And it is right, I believe, and I believe that the Chancellor and the Treasury team have made the right decision to, even though difficult, raise revenue to fund our public services, to put our public finances on an even keel once again. This change means that over the coming years, we will get to a place where, for the first time in a very long time, day-to-day spending will be matched by the tax revenues that are coming in, which I think all sides of the House, maybe all members on all sides of the House, will agree is an important thing, but I know that we on this side of the House do prioritise that stability that has been lacking for too long. Fourthly, these changes do cut taxes for the smallest businesses, 250,000 as members have already made clear. The member for Glasgow East, yes, member for Glasgow East, made clear will cut taxes for 250,000 businesses. And again, I'm interested to know whether members opposite support or oppose the cut in taxes for the smallest businesses that this budget provides. Fourth, we have prioritised sound public finances. And I think that this is a big change from where we have been in recent years. The mini-budget that was passed by Liz Truss was a contributing factor in pushing up interest rates in our economy, making things more difficult for families in my constituency and across the country, but also adding not 6 or 16, but £60 billion to government borrowing costs in each year. And you can see these numbers in the Office for Budget Responsibilities report. That and other failures to manage our public finances over the last 14 years have driven up our public debt from £1 trillion, as it was in 2010, to, I believe, £2.8 trillion at the latest estimate from the Office for National Statistics. So it is vitally important that if we support additional spending on our public services, that we also make the right decisions to raise the revenue to cover the increase in public spending, so that we can have sound public finances that the public really do want to see from this government. And of course, I'll happily give way to the honourable member.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for giving way. Can he explain why his government is choosing to raise taxes on GP surgeries who did not crash the economy or the public finances, rather than opting to raise the revenue from the big banks, as the Liberal Democrats are suggesting?
Tomlinson.
We have made changes on a whole range of taxes in the budget, and I think it is important to note that the scale that the Liberal Democrat Party are talking about would not cover the additional funding that we are providing, £20 billion into our health services, and additional funding, Madam Chair, in a whole range of public services. And I understand that the Health Secretary will be coming forward with more details in the coming weeks for many of the services that members have been mentioning today. Very vital services, and I must put on record, Madam Chair, I very much enjoyed meeting with local GPs in my constituency in recent weeks who raised a whole range of issues to me, including the big challenges that they've had over the last 14 years with getting the funding and the support that they need. And I hope and trust that in the coming weeks and months this government will put that right. My final point that I wish to make, my final reason, and the member opposite, I'm sure, will enjoy this one, final reason for voting for this bill, rather than for the mistaken and erroneous amendments, is that the changes that we put forward in this budget, including on national insurance, will pave the way for higher growth and higher living standards. And like all good speeches, I think this brings together some of the other points I've made, so it may not just be a boring list, because it is through economic stability, it's through funding our public services properly, so that people can make sure, I will give way in a second, but so that people can make sure that they get the health services that they need, so they're not struggling with ill health, which is driving people to economic inactivity and pushing people away from the jobs market, so that people can feel secure on their streets and businesses can feel safe and not struggle with shoplifting, which has become all too rife. Those are the changes that this budget and this measure in this bill provide. And the honourable member would yes, I'd be happy to give it.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way, particularly on the subject of growth, because he, like me, is an avid reader of the Labour Party manifesto, and so he knows that sustained economic growth is the first mission of this government. And I would just, I think we all agree on that point, that sustained economic growth is a really good thing. So could he simply just tell us whether he thinks that these national insurance changes are pro-growth or anti-growth? Very simple question.
Thank you kindly for your intervention, and I'm not sure all members in the House will know this, but the Labour Party chair has appointed me as the growth mission champion, so I'm very, very much in favour of economic growth, and we can see the impact of the changes in the round at the budget leading to higher growth in the short term and longer growth in the long run, which I think is very important. And without these changes in this bill and in the budget as a whole, we will not be able to turn the page on the low growth that we've experienced as a country over the last 14 years. Productivity growth since the financial crisis has been at just 0.2%. That is why we've had the longest squeeze on wages since Napoleon was making his way around Europe under the watch of the party opposite. We need to turn that around. We need to make sure that we provide that foundation of stability, funding our public services, yes, also supporting some of the very smallest businesses in these changes, so that we can get the economic growth that members on all sides of the House, including growth champions, would very much like to see in the years ahead.
James McLaren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll have to start by disappointing the member for Chipping Barnet. I'm speaking today in support of the amendments proposed by my honourable friend, the member for St Albans, and taking the opportunity to speak today about my deep concerns about the national insurance changes that are proposed. in terms of their real-world impact that they will have on businesses, GP surgeries, community organisations and vital care services in my constituency of Lewis. While I recognise the fiscal pressures that have been mentioned by a lot of members who've spoken today, I ask that we fully consider how these changes will affect those working tirelessly to keep our communities vibrant, secure and healthy. Let me start with our GP practices. These surgeries are the front line of the NHS. A local GP practice in my constituency has been in touch with me just today to describe their shock at discovering they'll be paying at least £60,000 more a year under these changes. GP practices provide vital healthcare services to our local population and in doing so are under ever-increasing pressures. Yet, under the new proposals, GP practices are treated as if they are private businesses capable of absorbing significant cost increases. The reality, of course, is quite different. Every additional pound spent on national insurance is a pound not spent on patient care, staffing or critical medical equipment. For practices already operating under immense strain, this extra burden could be the tipping point, pushing them towards unsustainable financial territory. When cutbacks occur, it is our communities who will lose vital healthcare access, and the NHS, already stretched, will be left struggling even more. We must also acknowledge that our social care providers, including hospices like St Peter and St James's Hospice, that looks after my constituents so well, which I visited recently, are caught between rising wages, fixed local authority fees and higher national insurance. They cannot pass these costs on without threatening their very viability. If care providers close or scale back, the most vulnerable in our community will suffer, and so will our healthcare system as hospital stays lengthen and A&E attendances rise. In other words, it will drive up costs for the NHS, making the system less efficient and less humane. It is particularly galling that NHS employers are set to be compensated for the changes, while there is no equivalent commitment for the social care sector. Separating social care reform from NHS support will not only hurt vulnerable people today, but also make it impossible to achieve strategic priorities for the health service tomorrow. We must also consider community organisations. Take the Sussex Community Development Association in my constituency, a local organisation that reinvests every penny of surplus into essential services such as youth work, emergency food provision and childcare for deprived communities in my constituency. Already contesting with increased wage costs, they now face an estimated additional £70,000 per year due to the national insurance rise. Because of their size, they do not qualify for allowances that might soften the blow. A facility invested in to deliver Sure Start services under a previous Labour government, now considering cuts to essential services thanks to this one. They now face a desperate scramble for funding at a time when these services have never been more crucial. Madam Chair, this rise, coupled with the increases to national living wage and minimum wage, will also hit the early education and childcare sector particularly hard. As chair of the APPG for early education and childcare, I must make this House aware of how dire the situation is. An average nursery will face additional staffing costs of nearly £40,000 per year due to these increases. This is because staffing costs account for 75% of nurseries' running costs, compared with just 30% for an average restaurant, for instance. If government funding rates do not cover this gap, parents will face higher fees, potentially leading to them reducing their working hours or leaving the workforce altogether. The situation is exacerbated by the fact that private nurseries delivering government-funded hours may not be eligible for employment allowance. This means that they may not receive the intended financial support from the government. The sector is already facing recruitment challenges, with 29,000 new staff needed by September 2025 to deliver the promised 30 hours of free or funded childcare. The national insurance changes could lead to recruitment freezes, reduced staff training and even nursery closures. The precise opposite of what this government claims to want to see for working parents and carers. This would have a detrimental effect on families and the economy, hindering economic growth, and could seriously impact the government's commendable aim of having 500,000 more children hitting early learning goals by 2030. Finally, let us not forget that even successful local businesses are feeling the strain. Rathfinney, a renowned Sussex wine producer in my constituency that is invested in our local economy and environment, now faces a significantly higher national insurance bill. They may be forced to slow their growth, reduce investment, or even curb local employment opportunities, undermining the prosperity that benefits us all. This government talks about economic growth and members of this government have done today, but this tax increase will inhibit the ability of many British businesses to expand and flourish. These national insurance changes, if introduced without nuance, risk delivering a series of damaging shocks both to my community and across the country. I urge the Government and I urge the Minister to reconsider, review thresholds, consider exemptions for sectors that cannot pass on costs, and ensure that our GP practices, childcare providers, community organisations and valued local employers are not left shouldering burdens they cannot bear. I implore the Government to recognise these unintended consequences and commit to measures that will preserve local jobs, sustain our community services and uphold the quality of care we offer our vulnerable citizens. I hope the Government will do more to ensure that this tax increase does not harm the very communities and services we have pledged to serve and protect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Liberal Democrats agree that the country's finances are in a mess thanks to the previous Conservative government. However, we do not agree that increasing national insurance is the way to address this problem, as doing so will undermine efforts to improve public services across the United Kingdom. For example, last month, Care Forum Wales issued a stark warning that the rise in national insurance could cause a collapse in the social care system in Wales, creating a £150 million funding gap. Social care in Wales is already on its knees, Madam Chair, and over the last 4 years, 40 Welsh care homes have already closed. If yet more are forced out of business due to increased costs, we will have even fewer social care spaces available. And we know that the scenes of ambulances left queuing for hours outside our hospitals is the result of being unable to discharge patients due to shortcomings in social care. And it's not just care homes, it's primary care too. Our GPs, dentists and pharmacists will suffer from this tax rise. A local GP practice in my constituency told me that they will have to cut 1 day of practice nurse and 1 day of GP time from April 2025. This is a direct result of the projected £30,000 increase in their national insurance bill, alongside an overall lack of funding for GPs. A second surgery is projected to have an increase in its NI bill greater than £100,000 in April 2025. Both are very clear that without an exemption for health and social care providers, the NHS in Wales could face collapse. It already has the worst outcomes from any other nation across the United Kingdom. Charities and local authorities will suffer too from this decision. In my constituency, the CEO of Powys Association of Voluntary Organisations has stated the national insurance increase will place considerable financial pressure on voluntary sector organisations, many of whom are crucial partners in delivering essential services. That is the reality of the decision taken by the government to use such a blunt tool to try and fix the nation's finances. And what many of my constituents are asking is why Labour has chosen to go after the small businesses, the charities and health and social care providers, rather than target the big banks, the oil and gas giants or social media giants. And I urge the government to reconsider their decision to raise income in this manner and to make exemptions for their health and social care sectors as well as charities.
I call Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The outcome of this debate today, of course, is inevitable. We know that when we go through the lobbies, we're going to be smashed by the overwhelming strength on the government side, not because the arguments are strong, but simply because of the parliamentary arithmetic. And I suspect that even some, like the member for Walthamstow, who gave a speech indicating that this measure hits especially those kinds of services which are labour intensive, which employ low-paid people, and which are vital to the economy, the smooth running of the economy. I suspect that she will walk through the lobby as well with the government on this. And I think some people may say, well, is that not just a politics of despair? I think it's important that at least the arguments which have been made today are challenged. despite the fact that that challenge, because, as I say, the parliamentary arithmetic may not come to anything. First of all, can I say that I don't actually have any political point to score here. The DUP will never be the alternative government in this place, though the countries are worse for it. Therefore, I hope that all the predictions which have been made here today, and which have been made by the independent bodies which have looked at the impact of this budget, are wrong. I hope that we don't find that small employers have to go out of business, that recruitment of employment goes down, that the real wages of those who are employed, especially at the lower end of the employment of the wage spectrum, are not cut, that the services which are so vital to the health service are not impacted upon. I hope that all of those things don't happen, that economic growth is not impacted by it. But all of the evidence, the economic evidence, the economic logic, and the forecasts which have been made indicate that the arguments which have been made on this side against this measure are correct. And yes, we'll give way.
Thank you for giving way. Can I just check, though? My understanding is that the Office for Budget Responsibility says that growth will be higher in the short term, broadly unchanged over the 5 years, and then higher in the long term too.
I think that, first of all, we have seen over the last 5 months that growth has already been impacted. And of course, the OBR has indicated that in 2 and 3 years' time, the growth will be impacted negatively as well. So I don't think that one can hide behind the arguments. But as I say, I hope I'm wrong. But I suspect that all the economic logic and the impact of this and what we are hearing from employers already will indicate that that's not the case. Let's look at some of the...
Thank my honourable friend and for East Channel for giving way. The reality is, for everyone in this chamber, for those across the chamber in particular, those who own businesses in my constituency tell me they have to look at reduction of wages. They have to look at reduction of numbers. Those who are in surgeries and doctors' appointments also have to look, because of government's policy in this place, have to look at reduction of numbers as well. So the reality is, whether the people across the chamber like it or not, what's been forward here tonight will impact upon small and medium business and will impact upon GP surgeries as well. That's a reality. Government are to blame for a recession. They already has talked about it there. If a recession comes, Labour Party are responsible.
And I thank the member for the short speech that he has given me to back up the points which I've been making. Let me just look at some of the arguments which have been presented here today, and there have been a number. But the first one is that this is being done to help to fix the NHS. Now, I'm not going to go into arguments that have already been made, but members have made it quite clear that the NHS depends upon, first of all, services being at a primary level, and then once people have gone through hospital, being able to discharge into the community. And the businesses which provide those services are going to be impacted by these tax changes. I'm sure there's not a member who already does not see that hospital beds are being blocked because there is not sufficient capacity to take the people who go into hospital, get mended, but still need some respite before they go home, and they can't find places for them. Now, if that's true now, once these tax increases impact on those businesses, it's going to be even worse. There's also, we get A&E telling us that they're being inundated with people who can't get GP appointments. Well, if you hit GPs, as has been outlined here very eloquently today by some, then you will find that those services are blocked, not available. Where do people go to? They go into the NHS. So this is meant to help the NHS. And yet all of the evidence from the people who are there to support the NHS and be part of the supply line are saying otherwise. The Minister previously had indicated, well, what can happen, of course, is that those people who have services commissioned from the NHS can go and renegotiate those services and the payments that they get for it. The very fact that the NHS is in difficulty, the very fact that the NHS is having to be exempt from these national insurance changes is an indication that when they go with the bowl, they're going to be told that the cupboard is bare. There's no support going to be given. So that's the first argument made. This is to help the NHS. The second argument was made today is we've got to restore trust in politics. And therefore we need these changes to restore trust in politics, even though the promises that were made were that working people would find that they weren't impacted. And yet, when evidence was given to the committee, what did the representatives from the IFS say? These changes will affect every working person. So we can't hide behind the argument that's being done for the good of the trust in politics. In fact, it's going to undermine trust in politics. Another argument which had been made is that we had no choice. Well, the government already made choices. Even before this budget, it made choices. And it made choices to spend money, even when it knew there was a black hole. Before a black hole was ever found, the government was spending. The money that they're wanting to raise from these national insurance contributions was spending it. I'll give it a minute. It was spending it on wage increases, on quangos, and spending it on things. Recently we've been told they won't even tell us how much. For example, the Energy Secretary goes to COP, comes back, there's a £300 billion bill going to be coming down the road for the sin of us industrialising in the past, and he won't tell us how much we're going to pay. We give away the Chagos Island, and we're going to pay for that, but it's secret. So, you know,
back to the drawing board.
I'm enjoying listening to the member for East Antrim. He is an esteemed former finance minister in the Northern Ireland Executive, so I of course defer to his experience on this. He's setting out his opposition to the measures contained in the proposals before us. Can he tell us, now he's referenced the black hole, what he would do to address the legacy of the previous government?
This is the mentality. This is
Order. I too enjoy listening to the honourable gentleman, but it would really help that if you could continue to speak to the bill in hand and not to broader comments. Thank you so much. Sammy Wilson.
The mentality is that we impose more taxes, national insurance increases on the small businesses and all the kind of sectors that I've been talking about. I would say to the member, what spending decreases could have been looked at? And for example, has any productivity impositions been put on the public sector? And that should be the answer. Not who should we tax to pay for this whole, but how can we reduce and reprioritise the things that we do and look at some of the things that the government does at present which it doesn't need to do, or it could do better, or it could save money on. And so I think that's the last point that I want to make, because I listened to it with amusement a wee moment or two from the member for Dartford. He was relieved the fact that the Guardian had done a survey, and the Guardian survey, over 50% of those surveyed were quite happy with this tax. They were prepared. Now, all I've got to say is, if there are so many Guardian readers who are happy to pay more taxes, I think the Scottish National Party would love them all to move to Scotland, because it might solve some of the problems that they have. But these are the kind of strained arguments that we've had from. I'll give away in a moment or two. These are the strained arguments we've had from the members opposite, because they know that the impact of this Because I'm sure the people who come and have spoken to me in my constituency office, the small businesses, those in the hospitality industry, the GPs, those who are in the care sector, those who are in the charitable sectors, the people who have come to me and said, this is going to be the impact which this has on my our organisation, are saying exactly the same to the members over across the way. And I don't believe that we can run away from this. And that despite what will happen in the vote later on today, I don't share the same optimism as a member from Beverley and Holderness that somehow or other little cabals will form on the other side and they'll all start whispering, and maybe 10 of them will go and see the Chief Whip, and then next week it'll be 20, and by the time there's been about 50 going to see the Chief Whip, this will be changed. I don't share that. What I do hope, however, is that the predictions which have been made about this will finally resonate with the Chancellor, and that we will see a change in the policy.
Member for Giving Way. He will know, like in his constituency, agri, and my own constituency, agri-food and manufacturing is a big business base and a big sector. He will also know that many of them are saying that this increase will increase their bill by 50, 60, £100,000. This, on top of the death tax for family farms, will absolutely decimate our agri-food sector. So I would urge the government to pull back from this, or we will see the cornerstone of our economy destroyed.
And of course, that's another sector, a sector which I hadn't mentioned. We've got hospitality, food processing, all of the charitable sectors, and some of those who are supporting the health industry. All of them affected by it. They can't escape it. And the impact, I believe, will be far, far worse than what the government is hoping for. And of course, then, as a result of the side effects of this, the revenue which is hoped for might not even be obtained. I'll give way on the end of it.
For accuracy, I just want to point out to the honourable gentleman that I'm far more likely to be seen reading the Antrim Guardian rather than the Guardian.
Pleased to hear that. I certainly don't read the Guardian, and I certainly don't support the views of some of their readers that they should pay more taxes. But in closing, Madam Chairman, the government does have a huge responsibility. It's got a huge responsibility to ensure that, first of all, it taxes wisely and it spends wisely. I don't think that it's got that equation right. In fact, it is spending recklessly in many areas, and it is taxing recklessly as well. And that, I believe, is going to impact on the long-term objectives, but it's going to impact on a day-to-day on the lives of our constituents.
I know that colleagues read how we manage the chamber, so they will know that I cannot put speaking limits on individuals contributing in the Committee of the Whole House. But the last two members, if they spoke for around 5 minutes, and the Minister will have time to respond before we have to conclude business. So to be mindful, please. Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll shorten my speech on your guidance. But can I just start by saying, can I encourage all members of the House to follow the example of the Honourable Member for Newcastle-under-Lyme and sign up to the Antrim Guardian? It's a very good local publication from my constituency, so it does carry good articles. Madam Chair, I rise actually to come back to the topic of this debate, and that's of the employer's national insurance contribution, because I know as we've covered many subjects this afternoon, but it will be in support of those amendments that look to alleviate the punishing implementation and increases of the employer's national insurance contributions, especially in those involved in our family health service and our social care providers. But unlike some of the other speakers we've had from this side of the House who have looked to blame the government for these increases, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think the government is to blame. I think this is more a Treasury implication than that of the whole government, because I'd actually want to pick up on a point that has been raised, I think, by the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight East in regards to that point and the statement that has been made by the Secretary of State of Health, who I have a lot of respect for, and a lot of sympathy for when he established or announced his 10-year plan for the National Health Service. There was 3 main platforms: to move from analogue to digital, to move from sickness to prevention, and the third was to move from hospital to community. Madam Deputy Speaker, the increases on the National Insurance employers' contribution for those health providers that are community-based in this bill will put many of those services at risk, will put many of those services under pressure. And I think that's where there's a disconnect in what the government is trying to do and what it is actually going to do and actually achieve. And I think that was the point that was being described by the member, Right Honourable Member for Beverley and Holderness, in regards to if we put those additional charges on our GPs, on our community pharmacies, on our opticians, on our domiciliary care providers, on our social care providers, that comes back in that circular route as to how we actually fund our health service. Madam Chair, in regards to the Northern Ireland specifics, in regards to this, we look to transform and modernise a health service that has been largely underfunded and under pressure for quite a number of years, trying to exist on single-year budgets since 2016. And we do that, and we're looking at it how we look to our general practices by introducing multidisciplinary teams. So where a general practice has a psychologist, a social worker, all within their platform, within their practice. And that is being asked for by our GP practices to be extended across Northern Ireland. But what the introduction of this employers' national insurance contribution on those pharmacy or those general practices that have already taken that step is actually to look to increase wage bills and increase pressures on those as well. In regards to a point that was made, I think as well by the Right Honourable Member for Beverley and Holderness, was the introduction of actual social care within our health service. Madam Chair, we already have that in Northern Ireland, and 75% of that home care provision is provided by the private sector. Yeah. And I think one thing that this House needs to address, and I think especially the benches on the other side, that when we talk about that private provision, they're not organisations that are making massive amounts of money. In our cases, in my constituency, they're often family-run social care practices. We're looking after 2 or 3 homes actually providing that care as well, because nearly all of those nursing and residential care homes are privately owned as well. So the addition, I'll give way.
The Honourable Member for Southampton makes an important point about the social care market and the problems with it. However, and this is a point I've made here before, a lot of that owes to the fact that nothing has been done since Andrew Dilmot's report in 2011. Perhaps the member for Southampton could point to where he's spoken out about that in the past.
No, and when I was Health Minister in Northern Ireland for 4 years, I did look to the Dilmot report, and I did actually try to introduce parts of it in Northern Ireland specifically because of the differential that we had, because our health and social care services is actually within part of our department. So I know the point that the member may be trying to make, but I think he fails to make it directly in that intervention, because the impact of not only the Dilmot recommendations but the introduction of employers' national insurance contribution on those services would actually run counter to anything that Dilmot was recommending, because he was talking about actually a funded integral part of domiciliary care actually being part of the health service, which we already have, but will put pressure on our health services at the moment. The Right Honourable Member for East Antrim talked about the pressures on the health budget back home in Northern Ireland. Deputy Speaker, or Madam Chair, in finishing, I would just point out that I'm now happily to announce that our Health Minister, along with the health trade unions in Northern Ireland, has just come to an agreement on pay, which is actually restored parity for our health workers back home for 24-25. So that additional pressures. But why that is welcome news for those who are working in our health and social care sector, within that bit that has been exempt from national employer contributions by the Treasury, it puts that additional burden onto those parts of the community service that make up our health and social care service across these islands that this bill will actually introduce.
Mohammed, if you keep your contribution to a few minutes, the Minister will have time to respond to all the backbenchers. Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
everybody in my constituency of Dewsbury and Batley and in the whole country knows that the Tories, the previous government, decimated public services after 14 years of austerity, mismanagement, negligence, and the sole focus on the rich at the neglect and expense of the poor, working class, and the public sector. And I stand here and I sympathise with the new government, and I will try and provide constructive support. I wholeheartedly agree and welcome the government's increased investments in education, the NHS, infrastructure projects, and all of the public services announced in the budget. However, I and many people across the country and in this House do not agree with the approach taken to fund these investments. My right honourable and honourable friends across the House who spoke before me indicated that failing to protect the key sectors and services like GPs, care homes, pharmacies, childcare providers and third sector providers may have been an oversight or a mistake on the government's part. I am not so sure. Based on the government's other policies, which are blanket policies on abolishing winter fuel allowance, blanket policy to impose VAT on all private schools, including low-fee and charitable ones, blanket removal of business rates relief across all private schools and charities, without any announcement for safeguarding or compensatory measures to protect these services and sectors. It appears this is a deliberate or negligent decision. It is clear the government inherited a dire state of affairs that requires huge investment, and this must be paid for in a responsible way. I am concerned to say that the way taken by this new Labour government is not the right one. There are viable and progressive alternatives that are available to the government to raise finances for the necessary investment instead of inflicting the increase of NICs on the impacted bodies. In conclusion, a couple of the easy measures that would support the government's investment is the imposition of a 2% wealth tax, wealth tax on assets over 10 million that would raise the amount that is predicted to be raised by NICs. Another solution is to close corporate tax loopholes that allow corporations to save billions and offshore profits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm conscious I only have a few moments to speak. I won't go through the clauses of the bill, as I will take it that everyone will have read this four-clause bill already. I will instead go directly to the amendments which have been tabled ahead of potential votes in a few moments. So firstly, to address the amendments tabled by the members for St Albans, Perthshire Glens, Leicester South, Grantham Bourne and Lagan Valley. Now, these amendments seek to exclude certain sectors, including healthcare providers, education settings and charities, from the new rate and threshold for employer national insurance. Madam Chair, as honourable members know, the changes in the bill before us represent one of the difficult but necessary decisions the government has had to take to fix the foundations of our economy and our public finances. We reckon I cannot give way. The honourable gentleman knows I like giving way to him many times in recent weeks, but I have about 4 minutes in order to address all of people's comments today. Madam Chair, as other honourable members have set out, there will be impacts of the changes we are making today, and we recognise there will be impacts on employers of the changes that we make. Making these changes was a tough decision and not one we took lightly, but we are also clear that the revenue raised from the measures in this bill and others in the budget will play a critical role in both restoring economic stability and getting the NHS back on its feet. As a result of the measures in this bill and the wider budget measures, the NHS will receive an extra £22.6 billion over 2 years to deliver 40,000 extra elective appointments a week. Now, Madam Chair, the Government will provide support for departments and other public sector employers for additional employer national insurance costs, and that means central government, public corporations and local government. Independent contractors, including primary care providers, social care providers, charities including hospices and nurseries, will not be supported with the costs from these changes. This is the same as was the case to the changes to employer national insurance rates under the previous government's plans for the health and social care levy. Now, Madam Chair, primary care providers, that is general practice, dentistry, pharmacy and eye care are important independent contractors who provide nearly £20 billion worth of NHS services. Every year, the government consults with each sector about what services they provide and about what money they are entitled to in return under their contract. As in previous years, the issue we are debating today will be dealt with as part of that process in the round. Now, the Department for Health will confirm funding for general practice, dentistry and pharmacy for 25-26 as part of the usual contract process later in the financial year, including through consultation with sectors. Turning to adult social care, Madam Chair, the government has provided a real terms increase in core local government spending power of around 3.2% in 2025-26, including at least £680 million of new grant funding provided to social care. This funding can be used to address the range of pressures again facing the adult social care sector, and again, these will be considered in the round. Madam Chair, some honourable members have tabled amendments to exclude charities from the new national insurance rate and threshold. However, it is important to recognise that charities can benefit from the employment allowance, which this bill has more than doubled from £5,000 to £10,500. This will benefit charities of all sizes, and particularly the smallest of them. The government also provides wider support for charities, including hospices via the tax regime. This tax regime is amongst the most generous in the world, with tax relief for charities and their donors worth just over £6 billion for the year to April 2024. Now, Madam Chair, I recognise there has been interest from some honourable members about the impact of this bill on childcare settings, as highlighted in the amendments from the honourable members from St Albans, Grantham and Bourne, and Lagan Valley, and of course the new clause from my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow. Early year providers have a crucial role to play in driving economic growth and breaking down barriers to opportunity. We are committed to making childcare more affordable and accessible, and that is why, in our manifesto, the government committed to delivering the expansion of government-funded childcare for working parents and to opening 3,000 new or expanded nurseries through upgrading space in primary schools to support the expansion of the sector. Despite the very challenging circumstances the government inherited, at the budget in October, the Chancellor announced significant increases to the funding that early years providers are paid to deliver government-funded childcare places. This means the total funding will rise to over £8 billion in 2025-26. Now, the new clause tabled by the honourable member for Walthamstow specifically refers to the eligibility criteria for the employment allowance. I can assure her that these have not changed except for the removal of the £100,000 threshold, which will mean more organisations are able to access it. The eligibility of a particular organisation will depend on the makeup of an individual business's work, which can be determined following detailed guidance from HMRC. Whilst every organisation will need to check its eligibility for the employment allowance, it is likely that many private childcare providers will be able to access it. Finally, I will turn to the amendments to exclude universities from the new rate and threshold for employer national insurance. We greatly value UK higher education in creating opportunity, being an engine for growth in our economy and supporting local communities. The budget provided £6.1 billion of support for core research and confirmed the government's commitment to the lifelong learning entitlement. The Secretary of State for Education has confirmed that maximum fees in the academic year 25-26 for the first time since 2017 will rise from £9,250 to £9,535. This was a difficult decision, which demonstrates the government is serious about the need to put our world-leading higher education sector on a secure footing. I would like to continue, but should I stop, Madam Chair?
Order. Under the terms of the order of the House of the 3rd of December, I must now put the question necessary to bring proceedings in committee to conclusion. The question is that Amendment 1, as on the amendment paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as our opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Susan Murray and Bobby Dean. The tellers for the noes are Anna Turley and Kate Dearden.
ayes to the right, 100. The noes to the left, 351.
The ayes to the right were 100, the noes to the left were 351. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock! Amendment 13 has been selected for separate decision. I call Gareth Davies to move amendment formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 13 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. As many of their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Harriet Cross and Rebecca Smith, and the tellers for the noes are Anna Earley and Kate Dearden.
106. The noes to the left, 353.
The ayes to the right were 206, the noes to the left were 353. So the noes have it, unlock. Amendment 23 has been selected for separate decision. I call Daisy Cooper to move the amendment formally. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. As many as are opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Oh, let Darling go past. We're letting you go past before I do the next thing. Yeah? Okay. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Susan Murray and Bobby Dean, and the tellers for the noes are Anna Turley and Kate Dearden.
The ayes to the right, 196. The noes to the left, 352.
The ayes to the right were 196. The noes to the left were 352. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that clause 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. New clause 1 has been selected for separate decision. I call Gareth Davies to move new clause 1 formally. The question is that new clause 1 be added to the bill. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No.
Sorry.
The question is that new clause 1, as on the order paper, many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. The tellers for the ayes are Harriet Cross and Rebecca Smith, and tellers for the noes are Anatoly and Kate Dearden.
the right, 195. The nose to the left, 353.
The ayes to the right were 195, the noes to the left were 353. So the noes have it, unlock. Order. That concludes proceedings in committee. Order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendments.
Under the order of 3rd of December, we shall now move on to third reading of the bill.
Now,
I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this bill be read for a third time. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeks to put into law one of the toughest decisions we made at the budget in October. We recognise, as I have set out in earlier stages of this bill, that there will be impacts on employers as a result of the changes, with employers themselves facing difficult decisions. It will implement a difficult but necessary decision that, along with others, is critical to raising the revenue needed to fix the public finances, to get public services back on their feet and to restore economic stability. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill before us today has three measures. First, an increase to the main rate of employer secondary Class 1 national insurance contributions from 13.8% to 15%. Second, a decrease in the secondary threshold for employers from £9,100 to £5,000 per year from April the 6th, 2025. And third, it makes changes to the employment allowance to support small businesses. This measure will protect small businesses and charities by more than doubling the employment allowance from £5,000 to £10,500 a year from April 2025. And in addition, the £100,000 eligibility threshold will be removed. Madam Deputy Speaker, through the measures in this bill and others in the budget, the Government is taking the difficult but necessary decisions to fix the foundations of our economy. If honourable members in other parties choose to vote against this bill, then the British people will see that they are voting to ignore the fiscal mess that we inherited. They are voting to cut investment in the NHS, or they are voting to increase borrowing for day-to-day spending. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, before we conclude, may I reiterate my thanks to honourable members who have participated in the debate today and extend my thanks to all of the officials for their support. I commend this bill to the House.
There are a few minutes remaining. Shadow Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a bill, it is a Shakespearean tragedy. It is the Hamlet of our age. While the party opposite was tipping the poison into the ears of the electorate, they were also assuring them in their manifesto they would do nothing with national insurance. And look what they have done. This will hit inflation, Madam Deputy Speaker, with all the forecasts showing inflation every year higher than it would have been under us back in the spring. Mortgages will be higher, living standards will be lower, wages will be driven further down, and there will be a £770 reduction in the level of the standard of living by October 29, according to the Joe Roosevelt Foundation. On jobs, we will see 50,000 jobs destroyed, particularly amongst our younger people. We will see growth impacted, with growth across the forecast period lower than it would have been under ourselves back in the spring. This is a far cry, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the record that we left when we left office. With employment at near record highs, with unemployment at near record lows, with the fastest growing economy in the G7, with real wages growing in every month for 13 consecutive months, and we brought inflation down from over 11% in October 22 to down to exactly target of 2% on election day. This bill is a calamity. It is a calamity for businesses right up and down our country. We are the party on this side of the House that understands that you only get good public services if you have a strong economy and if you have strong businesses. And all that this party is doing on the other side, Madam Deputy Speaker, is consigning people up and down this country, plunging them into the tepid bath of managed decline over which they have presided.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Can you be seated? The question is the bill be now read a third time. As many in the opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Anna Earley and Kate Dearden, and tellers for the noes are Harriet Cross and Rebecca Smith. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 354. The noes to the left, 202.
The ayes to the right were 354, the noes to the left were 202, so the ayes have it, Unlock!